I declare the opening of the council meeting at 6 p.m. Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting today is being held on Wajak Noongar Boodja, and I would like to acknowledge and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. I thank all past and present members of the community that have supported the city to better understand and value Noongar culture within the city of Wanneroo. I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Lord, we thank you for blessing our city, our community and our council. Guide us all in our decision-making to act fairly, without fear or favour, and with compassion, integrity, wisdom and honesty. May we show true leadership, be inclusive of all, and guide all of the city's people and many families to a prosperous future that all may share. We ask this in your name. Amen. Please note that the audio-visual proceedings of tonight's meeting will be live broadcast online, with the exception of matters to be discussed behind closed doors. The broadcast of the proceedings of the meeting can be accessed live and on demand through the City of Wanneroo YouTube channel. Item 1, attendances are as per the record. Item 2, apologies and leave of absence. I think we have an apology from Councillor Fick. Is that correct? Okay, and so we also have 2 requests for leaves of absence. One is from Councillor Fick, request for a leave of absence from the 19th of February to the 7th of March 2024 inclusive. And do I have a mover on this? Mover for this? Councillor Wright, seconder, Deputy Mayor Rowe. Councillors, please cast your vote for this, please. And that has been passed unanimously. I move to the second leave of absence, which is for Councillor Nguyen. He's requested a leave of absence from the 12th of March to the 31st of March inclusive. Do I have a mover for this? Councillor Miles, seconder, Councillor Herridge. Can I have a vote on the second leave of absence, please, councillors? And that is also passed unanimously. Item 3 in the agenda is public question time. The following general rules apply to public question and statement time. Public questions and statements should only relate to the business of the local government and should not be a personal statement or opinion. Only questions relating to matters affecting the local government will be considered at a council meeting, and only questions that relate to the purpose of the meeting will be considered at a special council meeting. Questions may be taken on notice and responded to after the meeting. Questions may not be directed at specific council members or a city employee. Questions are not to be framed in such a way as to reflect adversely on a particular council member or city employee. First priority will be given to persons who are asking questions relating to items on the current council meeting agenda, and second priority will be given to public statements. Only public statements regarding items on the council agenda under consideration will be heard. Each person seeking to ask questions or make a statement may address the council for a maximum of 3 minutes each. Now, we've had questions in writing, 4 of them. Question PQ01, public question 01-224 from Mr G. Cole from Madeley. Notwithstanding that January 26th is a gazetted public holiday for Australia Day, why has the council decided not to celebrate this day? And the response from the Acting Director of Community and Place. The City of Wanneroo continues to recognise Australia Day as being on the 26th of January. Historically, the city has not provided any community events on this day and instead works with local community groups and organisations to assist them to develop their own Australia Day celebrations and events. This way, there are multiple events across the city, reaching more residents and providing a greater range of options. This continues each year and is supported through the city's community funding and event sponsorship program. The City held its recent citizenship ceremony on Saturday the 27th of January 2024, which is in line with the recent changes to the Australian Citizenship Ceremonies Code that allow for the citizenship ceremony to take place on the 3 days either side of Australia Day. 2, has council sought opinion from ratepayers on this decision, and if not, why? And the response from the Acting Director of Community in Place is, the City holds multiple citizenship ceremonies throughout the year. These are not public community events, but civic events that are invitation only to the conferees, their families and guests. Therefore, wider community consultation has not previously been undertaken regarding the dates for these ceremonies. However, administration will undertake community consultation in 2024 to assist with the decision-making process for the date of future ceremonies around Australia Day. Our public question 2 in February 24 from Mr Gowan Yanshep says, if no positive help can be assured from our petition, can Council consider offering Yanshep Community Men's Shed financial assistance from the end of our existing lease at the end of April if our rent is increased substantially from this date? The response by the Acting Director of Community in Place is administration will continue meeting with the Yanshep Community Men's Shed in the coming weeks to understand their needs. Public question 3 in February 2024 from Mr H Collins in Girraween about Hainsworth Park, that the Council make more efficient and effective use of the Hainsworth Park community calendar on its own website by actually filling it out with relevant information when there are events on at Hainsworth Park, which has not been done for over 18 months, and recent sports events have been of concern to surrounding residents. The response from the Acting Director of Community in Place. Hainsworth Park is an active sporting facility in Girraween that is used regularly by sporting groups, much like all of the city's active sporting venues. The events calendar on the city's website is for city-run events only, and the Community Directory events page is administered by community groups themselves and is typically for events that the public can attend. Therefore, sporting club bookings at city venues are not captured on the city's website. Public question 4 in February 24 from Mr S Jeffrey, which is about Hainsworth Park as well. Can the Council please bring forward the wooden pylons in front of 62 Salcott Road across from Hainsworth Park? This proposed solution will avoid further erosion from parked vehicles and additionally would help minimise antisocial behaviour. The response by Director of Assets. The pine bollards installed along the Hainsworth Park boundary are to prevent illegal access to the oval area. They are installed away from the road curb to allow overflow parking during peak activity periods and to help parents drop off and pick up school children safely while parking on the verge. This helps to manage congestion and improve safety around the school. Bollards placed closer to the curb would be an unnecessary hazard within the road reserve. One of the city's Site Sentry CCTV cameras was recently placed near this location to monitor cars parking on the verge and the reported antisocial behaviour. So we now have people registered to ask questions from the floor, and the first person, do I have my list of questions? I'd follow that. So the first question is from Mr Hugh Newen. Mr Hugh Newen, would you like to come and take the podium and give us the suburb you live in? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors, staff, and in particular residents from Lansdale who are here in support of this particular item I'm about to ask questions on this evening. My name is Hugh Newen. I'm a former councillor and resident living within close proximity to the proposed mobile phone tower that's to be constructed at the Lansdale Forum Shopping Centre. If I may, before I ask my questions, provide the councillors and the residents here in the gallery with a brief synopsis or background of the situation.
Excuse me, Councillor Newen, please understand you've only got 3 minutes, so you need to get the whole synopsis and your question brought in within 3 minutes.
I do understand that, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, an application to build a mobile telephone communication tower at the Lansdale Forum Shopping Centre was received by the City back in May 2023. It wasn't until another 5 months before the application went to public consultation. The consultation process was rushed through going into the Christmas festive season and school holidays when families were not given sufficient time to provide feedback. On the 15th of December 2023, 2 separate petitions containing almost 300 signatures from residents opposing the application were submitted in person to the city with the request for them to be presented to council. Unfortunately, these were not presented to council. On the 19th of December, the petitioners were informed that they would be. On the 22nd of December, the petitioners were then informed by the city that they would not be presented to a meeting on the 20th of February this year. Then a decision was made, and as we have learned today, the groundbreaking process is actually commencing next Friday, the 1st of March. On the 2nd of February 2024, a number of residents, including myself, had a meeting with the Director of Planning and Sustainability and 2 of his officers, during which a number of facts were reviewed which were quite concerning to the community. My first question to the city is this. State planning policy number 5.2 states that the intent of the policy, which relates to the construction and the application and approval of mobile phone towers, is to strike a balance between protecting the visual character of an area versus the needs of the particular local community. In particular, Section 5.11 states that the tower is to be located to avoid detracting from a significant view of a heritage item or place, a landmark, a streetscape.
Councillor Nguyen, you have had exactly 3 minutes. I will give you another 30 seconds. Please conclude your question so we can respond to it. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
My question to the Director of Planning and Sustainability is that in approving the application, would the city agree that it has not carried out a balanced exercise of the visual impact of the proposed tower on the significant views or panorama of adjacent residents in both the St. Helens Grove and Kingsdean Mills lifestyle villages and those residents who visit the shopping centre on a daily basis?
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Mr. Dixon, would you like to respond to that question?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, I'd firstly just like to address a couple of points of fact in terms of when the application was formally submitted to the city. The application was in fact formally submitted at the end of October, beginning of November. In terms of the allegation that the consultation was rushed, the consultation followed the statutory procedure of 14 days, which was from the end of November through to the middle of December prior to the holiday period beginning. In terms of the petition will be presented, I understand, to Council tonight. In response to Mr. Nguyen's questions, administration did, in assessing the telecommunications tower, consider all of the relevant provisions within the scheme, our local planning policy and state planning policy 5.2, and indeed a balance was struck between consideration of the visual impact of the telecommunications tower versus the need. There were a number of criteria that are included within the state planning policy against which the application was assessed, for which Mr. Nguyen has considered. I was happy with the review and that the fact that the proposal wasn't contrary to any of those considerations that we needed to assess.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Nguyen, you've had your full 3.5 minutes. Oh, I see Councillor Nguyen has arrived. Did you want to make a motion for him to have longer speaking time?
You've read
Do
my
I
mind.
have a seconder for this? Councillor Moore, we will need to take a vote on whether we extend it to 6 minutes. That was passed unanimously. So you have a total of 6 minutes. You've already had 3 minutes and 31 seconds, and that is only your speaking time. It does not include our response time. So on with your next question, Councillor, Mr. Newell.
Thank you, Mayor. My next question relates to still on section 5.11 of the estate planning policy. This section, in particular paragraph C, states that a mobile tower is not to be located on sites where environmental, cultural heritage, social and visual landscape values may be compromised. Would the Director of Planning and Sustainability agree that in approving the application, the city has completely ignored the social and visual landscape values of the area and its impact on Lansdale residents and community who visit Lansdale Shopping Centre on a daily basis?
Mr. Dixon.
No, I disagree with that statement. Administration did consider that criteria when considering the application and determined that the application was appropriate in this context.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. Following on from that answer, the city is about to spend more than $10 million to design, well, design has already been done, and build a beautiful library and youth innovation hub, which will be the landmark structure for Lansdale and indeed the city. In approving the application, was any consideration given by the Director of Planning and Sustainability to the obvious adverse visual impact that the proposed mobile tower will have on the new library, which will be right next to it?
Mr. Dixon.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, yes, consideration was given to the visual impact and proximity, not just of the future library, but existing residents and other land uses surrounding the site.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. My other question is in relation to the health aspect of this whole application. Now, I understand that the health aspect is not something that the city is not a relevant consideration for the city in this matter. However, given that there is a childcare centre with 70 children, young children, who are there on a daily basis, this mobile tower will be hovering right above the childcare centre. Has the city given consideration to any adverse or potential adverse health hazards which may come about in 20, 30, 4 years' time based on the science of the day in relation to these children?
Mr. Dixon.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, I think Mr. Nguyen was correct in his first statement that the city cannot consider health impacts with regard to telecommunications infrastructure of this nature. That is indeed dealt with under federal legislation through the Australian Radiation Protection and Nuclear Safety Agency, as well as the Australian Communications and Media Authority. The structure will obviously need to be constructed safely so that it will be able to withstand all weather conditions. And I'm sure as part of the operator's requirements under their licence with the federal government, there will be a need to ensure that it is safely erected and doesn't potentially cause any detrimental harm to those surrounding.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Do you have another question, Mr. Nguyen?
How much time do I have left?
You have about 28 seconds left.
If I won't go on to the next question because simply I won't have enough time, but if I can just make a comment, if you like. Myself, along with 3 other residents who are going to be asking questions tonight, if we are going to be restricted in this manner in terms of time, I'm very sure we won't get through the questions. We would then ask for the Council's indulgence to send those questions separately following this meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Nguyen, of course, we would be happy to receive the questions and admin would be happy to respond to them. Yes, Councillor Miles?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to get a point of clarification on the petition because that's for me the important part, because the petitions, all petitions, are supposed to come to council. So was there an error in the administrative process? How did that, or why has that not happened?
Mr Parker?
I might just get Mr Dixon to answer the first part, and then I'll be able to fill in with a bit of additional information, if that's appropriate.
Mr Dixon?
So in answer to that question, there's two parts, Mayor. Firstly, that the intent is that the petition will be received this evening and considered by council, and if received by council, then a response will be provided in due course. The petition has also been considered as part of the assessment of the application. In fact, two petitions that were received were both considered in the assessment of the application. What is of relevance is that administration has 90 days in order to assess a development application. If we exceed that 90 days, it's considered as a deemed refusal, and then the applicant has a right to appeal that decision to the State Administrative Tribunal. So in all instances, administration seeks to try and process applications as timely as possible, but within that 90-day time frame to avoid the deemed refusal situation from occurring. In this instance, the 90 days expired towards the end of January, and therefore there wasn't an opportunity to bring the petition to council prior to that point, noting that instead it will be presented this evening to council.
Thank you, Mr Dixon. Did you want to add to that, Mr CEO?
I don't think I can add any further information unless there's further questions from elected members, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We have Mr B Clements from Lansdale. Would you, do you have another question, do you, Councillor Nguyen?
Just a point of clarity, just based on Mr Dixon's answer earlier in relation to the city not assessing the health hazard, and that's a responsibility of the Commonwealth Government. So is it the case that the city is not liable for any risk associated with a potential harm arising from health hazard if the communication tower was put there? We don't need to assess that, and therefore we're not responsible for it.
Mr Dixon?
That is correct. So concerns regarding electromagnetic energy and exposure to radiation are dealt with under federal legislation. It's not a valid planning consideration in the determination of a development application. That's been proven through case law. There's been a lot of telecommunications infrastructure applications lodged throughout Australia, and that is the case in every instance.
Thank you, Mr Dixon. And we now go to Mr Clements, if he'd like to take the stand. Just tell us which suburb you live in, Mr Clements.
Good evening, councillors and mayor. My name is Brian Clements. I live in St Helens Grove Private Estate, Lansdale, where I've lived for the last 24 years. And I've got a couple of questions here. On February the 2nd, at a meeting with members from the City of Wanneroo Planning Department, concerned residents were informed the proposal for the telecommunications tower had been dealt with under delegated authority by the Director of Planning and Sustainability, who was given the sole power and responsibility to make a determination. Furthermore, it was also established that for this particular application, no on-site visits were undertaken by the Director of Planning, either at Lansdale Forum or at any of the 20 other sites being considered prior to his making a determination on the 24th of January 2024. The question is, what bearing did the two original petitions containing nearly 300 signatures and the 63 submissions received opposing the proposed telecommunications tower have on the determination made?
Thank you. Mr Dixon.
Through you, Mayor, the city's administration considered all of the submissions that were made with regard to the application, both the submissions in support and those in objection, including the two petitions that were received. For context for council members, there were three main areas of submissions that were received. One was around the impact on the value of properties in the surrounding area, which isn't a valid planning consideration. The second was in regard to health concerns, which I've already addressed, which also isn't a valid consideration. And the third was in relation to the visual impact of the proposal on the local amenity of the area, which I've gone through in response to questions from Mr. New. And so all of those matters were given due consideration in the assessment of the application prior to the exercise of the delegation in determining the application.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Clements, do you have another question?
In the Indara development application for planning consent, it was stated montages included showing the proposed telecommunications tower had been prepared as accurately as possible but were not to scale and were indicative only. Additional photographs simply displayed arrows to point to where the tower was going to be. Question is, why were the montages and accompanying photographs prepared in such a misleading manner so as to minimise and conceal the actual size and scale of the telecommunications tower in relation to the surrounding residences? And why was there no photograph from Kingsdean Mews, the closest street and residence housing?
Thank you. Mr. Dixon.
Through you, Mayor, that information was provided by the proponent of the application. We don't control the information that is provided. Administration did consider the information, which, as was mentioned, was included photo montages demonstrating the potential visual impact. Administration also obviously undertook its own assessment in terms of what it considered to be the visual impact against the relevant criteria in State Planning Policy 5.2 and determined that the application was acceptable.
Thank you. Mr. Clements, do you have another question?
The Director of Planning's comment, the tower is appropriately located and adequately screened from surrounding residential properties by the existing shopping centre, was totally incorrect and again misleading. The question is, why was this comment made when it's obvious to residents living in Lansdale and surrounding areas the presence of a shopping centre would neither reduce the visual pollution of a 28.65 metre high telecommunications tower, nor would it reduce the close proximity of the accompanying 6 metre by 6.5 metre compound housing the equipment cabinet to the rear fence of the fence line of the residence homes in Kingsdean Mews.
Mr. Dixon.
I think, firstly, it's important to acknowledge that the telecommunications tower will be visible. It won't be hidden in its entirety. However, there are existing buildings within the commercial centre, and those existing buildings partially screen the telecommunications tower from existing residents surrounding development, which does reduce the visual impact of the tower, but it still will be seen. I acknowledge that it still will be seen from the centre and also some of the surrounding roads. Again, I reiterate that the important test here from a planning perspective is assessing the application against those criteria that are contained, and in assessing the application against those criteria, administration's view was that the development application was acceptable.
Thank you. Mr.
Can I make a further comment?
Another question?
The communications tower is 9 stories high. The shopping centre is probably 2. How is the shopping centre of two stories going to hide a telecommunications tower of 9 stories?
Mr. Dixon.
As I reiterate, I think it won't completely screen the telecommunications tower. I don't think that was ever acknowledged by administration. However, some of those buildings will serve to reduce the visual impact by their very existence. The tower is, I think, about 26 metres tall, which is obviously a tall tower, but it's needed in order to service the surrounding area. What we do understand from the provider is that the telecommunications infrastructure will service approximately 1,500 dwellings in the Lansdale area, which are currently having inadequate service in terms of phone network and internet connection. So that's the purpose of the tower, and it needs to be a certain height in order to achieve that radius to support those dwellings.
Thank you. Mr. Clements, do you have another question?
No, that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sims, do you have any questions? Would you like to come to the podium and just tell us the suburb you live in? Thank you.
Robert Ian Sims, Kingsdean Mews, Lansdale, the place which will not see the tower. The proposal of the telecommunication tower in Lansdale Forum was submitted to the City of Wanneroo in May 2023. However, the residents of Lansdale were not consulted until December 2023, given only 15 days to respond. We were asked to respond to this during the festive season, which of course made it very, very difficult. Can someone please tell me what was the reason for this ultimate time delay?
Mr Dixon.
Through you, Mayor, as I indicated previously in response to a question from Mr Newen, the application wasn't formally lodged with the City until the end of October, beginning of November. The proponents did speak to administration to have pre-lodgement planning advice that did occur in May, but that wasn't the formal lodgement of the application. The application went out for public consultation and obviously generated some interest from the local community, and that consultation period did occur at the beginning of December through to the middle of December.
Mr Sims, do you have another question?
You may ask this gentleman another question.
You can ask through me and I will pass it to Mr Dixon, so if
Okay.
you ask the question first.
Why were we given only 15 days to get this, try to organise a submission about people against it? 2 weeks, Christmas time, near impossible. And yet that's what we were given. And suddenly we hear now that not this Friday, following Friday, start digging holes, putting it up. Just want to know, why were we given such a short notice?
Mr Dixon.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, there's a statutory period that's set in the Planning and Development Act and the regulations that stipulates 14 days is the period for which development applications will be out for public consultation. Unfortunately, we can't change that time frame. That's set by the legislation.
14 days doesn't seem
Mr.
much to
Sim.
me. In an email dated 11th of December 2023 from James Rowe, JP, Deputy Mayor and Research Officer to Margaret Quirk, MLA, he informed the residents that Margaret Quirk may be able to write to the City of Wanneroo and put forward her own comments with regards to the proposed telecommunications tower as a stakeholder representing the area. My question is, did the City of Wanneroo receive a letter from Margaret Quirk, MLA, following letters of concern sent to her from residents of Lansdale?
Mr Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll take that question on notice and I'll find the answer for the resident.
Thank you. Mr Sims, do you have another question?
No, because the other question I was going to ask was about the submission. I believe that's going to go to members of council afterwards.
I think we'll be receiving the petition
Okay.
later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we've got questions from the floor today. I've got Mr Brian Anderson, a question on the petition for the telephone tower. Mr Anderson, would you like to come up and tell us your suburb and give us your questions? Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Brian Anderson. I reside in Kingsdene Mews in Lansdale, right near where the proposed tower is going. The Lansdale Forum is an activity hub and meeting place for many members of our community, be it for social, medical, recreational, personal, educational, shopping and other day-to-day activities. Restaurants and cafes also provide a service to the public. Consideration should not only have been given to what the community's needs are with regards to the modern communication services, but at what cost. My question is, why then wasn't greater attention given to the long-term implications and the rights of the community when making determinations rather than concentrating purely on the short-term market share and monetary gain for the carriers and other networks?
Mr Dixon.
Through you, Mayor, it's always a balance in assessing a development application between the impacts of the surrounding community and the broader benefit that will be generated from having telecommunications infrastructure of this nature. In this case, there is a poor quality service that's provided that's been identified by the proponent and the telecommunications operators that are intending to use the telecommunication tower. So it is a balance, and that's what the local planning authority do. They assess both the advantages and disadvantages. They assess all of the comments that are made and then make a determination against the relevant policy and other provisions set out in the planning framework.
Thank you, Mr Dixon. Mr Anderson, do you have another question?
Yes, I do, ma'am. Did the Director of Planning and Sustainability, in making his decision to approve the applications, set out the decision in writing? If so, could the community, in the interest of accountability and transparency, be provided with a copy of the written decision?
Mr Dixon.
So through you, Mayor, yes, I will take that on notice, and just from a governance perspective, but certainly the decision was made in writing. The decision to approve the application was made by myself, and if we can provide that information, then I'm happy to do so.
Thank you. Do you have another question, Mr Anderson?
Yes, the Lansdale community is not against having more mobile towers to improve network coverage in the area, if that is what's needed. Population growth, technological advancements, demands more data and coverage. We get that. However, we just don't want the proposed location. The community understands from the applicant's report that there were over 20 other alternative sites. Given the strong community feedback and objection with petitions containing nearly 300 signatures, the city could have worked out with the applicant, suggested an alternative site and approve it accordingly. Why did the city choose to ignore the community's clear and strong feedback and objections?
Mr Dixon.
Through you, Mayor, the role of the local planning authority is to determine the application on the merits of the application that is submitted. We can't refuse an application on the basis of we consider there to be a better location somewhere else. And in considering pre-application discussions, we did consider, I think, through my officers, a number of alternative locations, but mostly around the commercial centre, noting that Lansdale is pretty much in this area, pretty much a completed and established residential suburb, and there aren't many alternative locations that meet the requirements of our scheme and indeed our local planning policy.
Thank you, Mr Dixon. Mr Anderson, do you have another question?
How much time have I got left?
You've got exactly 30 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, look, what I would also like to ask and point out, between the shopping centre and the back fences of the residents in Kingsdean Mews, there is a buffer zone, and that was put in place back in 2002. An agreement was that there would be no structures or development in that buffer zone. Now, my question is the Director of Planning aware of this, and what steps have been taken to stop that control box being put in there?
Mr Dixon.
Through you, Mayor, I understand that there is an area between the back of the existing commercial buildings and the nearest adjacent residential accommodation. That is a standard approach that the city adopts in terms of ensuring that commercial buildings are set back a distance from residential accommodation. I'm not aware that there is any restriction in terms of enabling structures to be located in there through a development application process, but I will confirm that that is the case in writing following the meeting.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. If that can be followed up, because it involves the council. It went through council meeting back in 2002, and that was an agreement between the council and the owners, and that's an important factor that should be looked into.
Thank you, Mr Anderson.
Right. Thank you.
So we have Mr Ken. Oh, you have a question, do you, Councillor Nguyen? Yes?
Yes, just a point of clarity. I've got a couple of questions, and this is not a criticism, but it's more of wanting to understand your thought process when a decision is made under delegated authority. When you receive 300 signatures objecting to an application, in considering approval or not, or even considering exercising this delegated authority, have you considered whether, given the community's view, significant objection to the planning application, that it should not be appropriate to be making this decision under delegated authority and giving it back to council to then making that decision, given councillors opportunity to represent their members as well?
Mr Dixon.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So the Council's conditions of delegation are clearly set out, and I don't intend to go through all of those. However, any council member can make a written request for any application to be presented to council for determination. That's one of the conditions of delegation. The second is that an application will be referred to council for determination where I consider that key planning aspects of the proposal are not addressed by the existing planning framework. In this case, it is addressed by the planning framework. And the third element of the delegation relates to planning matters raised in the proposal, and that those submissions received demonstrate that will be interest of the proponent and the community for that decision to be made by council. So in regard to that element of the delegation, it isn't the number of objections that are made to a proposal, but the nature and content of those objections. So with regard to the two petitions, as I've mentioned to you, already in responding to other questions, the petitions were submitted on two grounds of objection. One, the impact on the value of property, which I've already mentioned is not a valid planning consideration. And the second, on the impacts of health, which I've also mentioned is not a valid planning consideration. So, and from a planning context, the petitions are considered as one submission. So in that case, the petitions didn't raise any planning considerations, and on that basis, administration determined the application under delegation.
Thank you, Mr Dixon. Councillor Nguyen, could you please hold your questions until item 6 of the agenda, please, where it's councillor question time. If you could ask the questions
Just a point of clarity, just in relation to the response that was made, I think, by a couple of the residents earlier, and I just wanted to ask while we sort of are on this issue at the moment. I've just got one other question.
Yeah, no, the question is at item 6 on the agenda. Thank you. Okay. You've already had your 3 minutes, Mr Anderson. Do you want an extension?
Just indulge, I've got one quick question.
I'll give you 20 seconds, okay? Can you do it in 20 seconds?
Yes. Good. Given that the city has probably made a number of mistakes in its decision making an approval process by not taking into account the relevant considerations, ignoring the strong objections.
Mr Anderson, you really can't say that we have made mistakes. We have followed process. We have followed legal legislation according to what Mr Dixon has said, and I ask that you retract the mistakes because there was process followed. Do you have a question, Mr Anderson?
Yes, I'll retract that. Given the fact of, from the objections from the community and we're not referring the matter to council for consideration, would the city now consider sitting down with the applicant in Dara as soon as possible to discuss having the tower built on one of the other 20 odd locations which were also considered?
Mr Dixon?
Through you, Mayor, the application has been processed already. The development approval has been granted in accordance with the assessment that was undertaken by myself and my officers. We followed the correct process in exercising the delegation. There is no opportunity now for a further review of that matter, either third-party appeal rights or otherwise. I will take instruction from council. If council wishes me to do any further action, I'm happy to follow that action. But from administration's perspective, the application has been determined.
Thank you, Mr
Mayor.
Dixon. Thank you. Okay, we move on to Mr Tasker, who has a statement on MN04, the revocation motion. I just wish to remind any questions on the revocation motion are only to be on the revocation motion and not to bring out any new items into that motion. Mr Tasker, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors, staff and members of the public. My name is Ken Tasker and I live in Mindarie, and I've been here before on these similar matters. This is about the last item on the agenda tonight. I think it's the revocation of the decision from the progress of the development of the caravan park site. We always trust that our councillors will deliver the best on all of these matters, but that's really only after considering that you have complete information relating to the topic. In this case, it seems that that you have not had the full understanding and adequate time to consider every detail of the lease, and that's what I'm asking you to consider tonight. The usage of that site was passed on a very small majority, and it appears that it was made without having the full and complete detail of the lease. And any details that were not available at the time or not given at the time may have had a bearing on that vote that evening. So I ask that you please support the revocation on that basis. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Tasker. So I've got Mr John Lee here from Lansdale about the petition for the telephone tower. Is he here this evening? Thank you, Mr Lee.
Hello, John Lee is my name. I live at 25 Kingsdean Mews in Lansdale. And I would like to know, have any councillors from the Wanneroo City been and stood on my front lawn to see where this monstrosity is going to get built? Thank you.
Well, I haven't been down there to have a look at it, but I'm sure some other councillors have. So, but it's up to the councillors whether they want to respond and get back to you in person. Okay, thank you. We move on to Heather White. On ASO 1, you have a question or a statement on that? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors and residents. I'm from Clarkson. My name's Heather White. I'm the president of the PNC Association at Clarkson Primary School. We submitted a petition in October to increase the road safety around our school. The road outside Clarkson Primary School is dangerous. Every year we have numerous near misses. I have personally witnessed a child being hit by a car at the front of the school on Renshaw Boulevard. The most recent incident where a student was injured in a collision with a car was only on Friday last week. Police and ambulance were in attendance and the student still hasn't returned to school. Cars consistently speed at the entry gates of past the entry gates of the school. The closest pedestrian crossing points are not suitable for children to safely wait in the middle of the road when they're crossing. There is no kiss and ride area. There are no white centre lines on the road on Renshaw Boulevard at the front of the school. There is a bus route along Renshaw Boulevard, which means mid-block single-lane slow points would not be practical. There is one 40-kilometre-hour school sign on Renshaw Boulevard, south of the roundabout at Outer Sea Circle, which is obscured by trees. This seems inadequate. The school has updated the early childhood education car park to try and improve safety. Several children with disabilities, such as ASD and ADHD, attend Clarkson Primary School. Children with disabilities have higher risk of being injured on the road. A crossing guard and improvements to the road would act as a visual cue for often overstimulated children to safely navigate across the road during peak periods. A crossing guard and improvements to the road would not only help students arrive at school and back home safely, but a visual reminder to drivers that they are in a school zone and ensure that drivers slow down. My question is, Sophie Baker, Road Safety and Active Traffic Officer of Traffic Services at the City of Wanneroo, along with West Cycles, are creating a Safe Routes to School and Access Guide for Clarkson Primary School. After using rumble strips and a speed trailer, they have recommended a crossing guard be placed on Renshaw Boulevard due to the heavy traffic of varying speeds. If recommendation has come from a department within the City of Wanneroo, does that not hold some weight to improve the safety for our children at Clarkson Primary School?
Thank you. And Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. The report Council is going to consider tonight, AS01, that does make a recommendation that administration is working with the school community to get approval for a guard control crossing, and we are assisting the school in preparing that application.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Okay, Mr Gow, you had some questions in writing, but do you want to take the podium and ask a question this evening? Because I see you put your name down again.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
And it's to really develop off the item that is appearing later on in the agenda from the Community and Placed Community Development concerning our petition that was submitted to the meeting on October the 10th. And it's asking basically for a request by Yanchep Community Mentioned to establish a permanent home of some sort. We had the opportunity of purchasing a property next door to us, which officers have considered not suitable, but we still insist that together with RSL and other community groups, it'd be an excellent purchase for our Menshed development. As mentioned in the questions, is that our lease comes to an end in the end of April, and there is no guarantee that we'll get an extension on the lease. And even if we get an extension on the lease, we could be having an expensive rental increase. That's why we put the item on the questions asking whether the council would consider financial support once our lease finishes in April. That's basically the details that the Yanchep Community Mentioned is pursuing at the moment with the abortive exercise down at Oldham Park. We went through a heck of a lot of work. We engaged private consultants to develop a building project down there, and that has all been thrown out the window. So we're really asking for support financially or otherwise, either getting property or getting a block of land to build a property. And the idea is, as been suggested by Tracy Roberts, the federal MP, is that if we get together with other groups which require facilities such as the RSL, which, as you know, they're looking for property as well, that we could set up a good community building within that particular area for the community in general. I understand that the Councillor Coatsey and Councillor Miles will be mentioning this later on in a formal item on the agenda.
Thank you. Mr Clem, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As Mr Gow mentioned, there's been a few options considered for a future home for the Yanship Community Men's Shed, and the city has undertaken some investigations into several options. Unfortunately, to date, none of those have had a positive outcome. However, the report tonight does recommend we continue to endorse and advocate for the men's shed and investigate further options from a land perspective and also a funding perspective for that facility.
Thank you,
Sorry, Mayor, and I'll just also add that we have met frequently with the men's shed, and we will continue to do so to talk through those options.
Thank you, Mr Clem. Kelly Wheatcroft wants a question on item MN04. Ms Wheatcroft, would you like to come and just give us the suburb you live in as well? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, councillors, I think you're all aware I'm from Queen's Rocks. I'd like to reiterate Ken Tasker's statements. When the decision or the vote was made late last year regarding the redevelopment of the caravan park and the proceed with the lease, there were quite a number of new councillors at the time. You're all aware that this proposal has been going on for well over 10 years now, and there's quite a backlog of documents to read to understand the history of the site and the proposals, the community objection to that, and the lease itself and what was proposed going forwards was a thing to get your head around as well. So I would ask that you support the revocation motion tonight and reconsider the community's needs and desires in the Queen's Rocks area. Without trying to go backwards, there is a lot to consider and there's a lot changed in 10 years, and I would ask that the councillors consider supporting the revocation motion tonight.
Thank you, Ms Wheatcroft. Phil Hodgson on MN04, if you'd like to come down the front here and just give us your name and suburb, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Phil Hodgson. I'm a Queen's Rocker for 15 years now. And I just wanted to make a statement on what we saw in the last two debates, and you can take from it what you want. I heard a very interesting thing on the telly this morning watching 7 News. It was a psychiatrist, and he talked about the traditional understanding of a tyranny being a malign leader and a group of henchmen who are his enforcers or her enforcers. But psychologists are now outlining that a tyranny is actually made up of a citizenry who just accept and propagate the lie amongst themselves and surrender all their autonomy to it. So some time ago, I read a book, and it was called When Smart People Work for Dumb Bosses. A really good book, I highly recommend it. And in the chapter on how people can be abused by their bosses, there was the phrase, "You're only a victim of bad management once," in the first event. For every subsequent event, you're an accomplice. Now, you all are our councillors.
Mr Hodgson, please, you might be making a statement, but you need to speak directly to the rescindment motion items, and this is a little bit of preamble, which is a little bit much and a little bit disrespectful. So would you please go straight to your question?
I am. Well, it's not a question, okay? But it's about the way we saw the debate carried out in the previous two attempts it was discussed. You all at some point campaigned on the principle that you would represent your community. And we would honourably ask you tonight to represent us, the people of Queen's Rocks and Mindarie, on this vote. Please go back, do this debate again. This time do it properly, fairly, and with all the facts available. That's all we ask of you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Hodgson. We have Mr Rob Rossi wants to ask a question on, make a statement on MN04 as well. Could you just give us your name and suburb, please, Mr Rossi?
Yeah, thank you, everyone. My name's Rob Ross. I am a resident of Mindarie. I want to talk to the councillors tonight, make a statement, and directly to those who are thinking that they might not vote in favour of the revocation. The motion in front of you is not about the rights and wrongs of the land use. It's not about the benefits or pros and cons of glamping. It's about the process and the quality of information that was available to you, the councillors, when you were asked to approve further lease negotiations. If tonight's motion does not pass, there's always going to be a question mark over the councillors who voted in favour of the lease. You can only vote in favour or you can only vote against tonight's motion if you feel you were fully informed at the time on this issue. There was a large number of issues taken on notice, but the vote was taken anyway. One resident's question regarded who the proponent was. The full shareholding has still not been disclosed. One of the councillors, Councillor Neugen there, had a number of valid points he wished to raise as amendments to the heads of terms on the lease, and these were not considered. And Councillor Coetzee was unable to speak against the motion due to procedure. I urge you all to support the revocation so that this discussion and the amendments that were raised can take place. We trust our councillors to vote wisely when they are fully informed. But equally importantly, we trust all of you to speak up if you have insufficient information or insufficient time to make an informed vote. And we trust you to ensure that your fellow councillors' voices are heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Ross. We now go to item 4. Are there any more questions from the gallery? Ms Sangali, if you'd like to come down and just give us your name and the suburb you live in.
Natalie Sangelli, I come from Queen's Rocks. I want to ask a question actually about the consultation around the Telstra or telephone aerial. I did pick up on something that the director mentioned in that he had no discretion to extend the consultation. So my question is, does the city have discretion to delay the consultation or write to the proponent and ask for a delay or extension due to the festive period?
Mr Dixon.
We are allowed to extend the consultation period when that consultation period runs over the public holidays over Christmas. As I mentioned previously, the consultation period commenced around the end of November, beginning of December, and finished around the middle of December prior to the start of the holiday period.
Thank you. Ms Sangali, do you have another question?
Well, part of my question was, is the city able to write to the proponent and ask for a delay? That part wasn't answered.
Mr Dixon.
I may defer that to Mr Bowering, the Manager of Approval Services.
Mr Bowering.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, the only two options for extending the timeframe are through the regulated extension over holiday period or with agreement of the applicant to extend the consultation period.
Thank you, Mr Bowering. Ms Sangali, do you have another question?
So given that answer, was this a consideration to write
Mr Bowering?
and extend?
No, there wasn't a consideration of asking the applicant whether or not there was a need to extend the application, the consultation timeframe.
Ms Sangali.
Okay. We have here former Councillor Nguyen, and also here we have Councillor Coetzee and myself, who I'm sure too will recall there was a time when this council would take festive periods and school holidays into account and plan consultations outside of this period or extend the consultation if it was running into those periods. Why is this now not the case?
Mr Dixon.
So, as I mentioned previously, the consultation didn't extend into the festive period. The festive period, in terms of, as far as I'm aware, commenced with the public holidays around the Christmas period. The consultation for this extended for 2 weeks. We did receive a significant number of submissions, which reflected the fact that the community were aware of the proposal.
Thank you. Do you have another question, Ms Sangali?
No, just to say that I feel for these guys with their 300 petition. We had 2,000 and we're being ignored too.
We now go to item 4 of the agenda, confirmation of minutes. For OC 01-224, the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 12th of December. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Moved Councillor Herridge, seconder Councillor Moore. Councillors, please cast your vote for these minutes. and that is passed unanimously. We now go to SCO2, minutes of the special council meeting held on the 6th of February. Do I have a mover and seconder for these minutes? Moved Councillor Wright, seconded Councillor Berry. Councillors, cast your vote, please. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to item 5 on the agenda, and that's announcements by the Mayor without discussion. On behalf of the City of Wanneroo and Wanneroo Council, I extend deepest sympathies to the family and friends of Freeman of the City, Ruth Reid, AM, CIT WA, who passed away recently at the age of 102. Ruth was well known for her lifelong involvement in community service, including during her time at Government House when her husband, Professor Gordon Reid AC, served as WA's 26th Governor from 1984 to 1989. She dedicated over 50 years to volunteer work, supporting community groups and organisations including Save the Children, WA Reconciliation Advisory Group, St John Ambulance, the Blind Institute, Foster Carers Association, Safety Houses Association, Autism Association of WA and Camps for Kids. Ruth was awarded a Member of the Order of Australia in 1998 and named Western Australian Citizen of the Year in 2000 for her community service. In 2013, she was presented with a Lifetime Contribution to Volunteering Award at the WA Volunteer of the Year Awards. As a Freeman of the City of Wanneroo, Ruth contributed to the betterment of our community. The City is grateful for her contributions and service. Vale, Ruth Reid. We now go to item 6, questions from council members. And Councillor Nguyen, I understand you have a question.
Yeah, just going back to the telephone tower petition, it would seem to me redundant that this petition is now presented to council when a decision has already been made by under delegated authority. My question is, what options are there available for councillors to take if we want to change the course that's been, I guess, taken by admin and also the proponent?
Thank you. Mr Dixon.
Through you, Mayor, as I mentioned previously, the determination has been made in accordance with the delegation. So there is no third-party right of appeal with regard to that application. That determination has been made.
Thank you, Mr Dixon. Councillor Nguyen, do you have another question?
Yes, and I think you mentioned earlier that you would speak to a councillor once the petition is made if we were to consider to do something about it. What was it that you had in mind when you sort of said you will speak to a councillor if we wanted to consider changing that decision?
Mr Dixon?
From memory, I think the request from the resident was if council wished for administration to approach the applicant, we could approach the applicant to see if they would consider alternative locations for the development tower. That would be a determination for council to make.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen, do you have any more questions? Are there any other questions? Deputy Mayor Rowe, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I seek guidance from the administration in terms of impartiality declarations, whether they can be lodged for votes to accept petitions rather than just votes on council resolutions? So the question is, can a council member lodge an impartiality interest on the record simply on the vote to accept the petition?
Mr CEO.
We've just had a quick discussion regarding that matter now, and because you're simply receiving the petition in accordance with Standing Orders Local Law and referring it to me for action, we don't feel there's any need to declare an impartiality interest.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. My question is to the Director of Infrastructure, and some notice was given to him because I feel that the city needs to put on notice in the ether the answers that administration is going to give us. My question is we all received an email from Jenna Munro out there in Alkimos with regard to the Santorini Promenade, Shorehaven Boulevard crossing guard, whether there should be a guard put in place there or traffic lights. I'd just like Mr Singh to give us an update on where we are with that and whether the state government does have a future plan for that site.
Mr Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do acknowledge that we have received that email and we have prepared a response which we'll be providing to council members in due course. In particular, that regarding to Marmin Avenue and Santorini Promenade, I must point out that Marmin Avenue is a state-controlled road and Main Roads W is the managing authority for that road. But given that it is about the pedestrian traffic going from one side to the other, we are also working with Main Roads on that closely. Warden control crossings are managed by WA Police, and applications for a children crossing must be initiated by the school, not by the city. However, the city can assist when schools decide to prepare an application. And we have been assisting Alkimos College, who have applied for a warden control crossing on Marmin Avenue at Santorini Boulevard Promenade by carrying out video surveys for pedestrians and vehicle numbers. The application is currently being assessed by a school crossing committee. What will happen is after that application is approved, then we will finalize the design, seek Main Roads approval on the actual design and undertake works in as soon as practically possible.
Thank you, Mr Singh. Are there any other questions from councillors? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Just also in regards to school crossings, I know a request was also made by Pearsall Primary School, which is also still waiting on a crossing, and I was liaising with the Director of Assets probably last year. Do we have an update on that situation?
Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have the information on that particular matter at hand, but I will be happy to provide that in the council minutes.
Thank you. Any other questions from the floor, from councillors? If there are no more questions from the floor for the councillors, there are 4 petitions to be presented tonight. Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one here to present. It's a removal of 3 tall trees situated on the verge at 8 Cordelia Place, Alexander Heights, with a total of 11 signatures.
Thank you. There's another one to be presented. Yes, Councillor Seif.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have a petition here, Alexander Heights Community Centre, fencing around gazebo and barbecue area from Sue Savas. A total of 96 signatures consisting of 52 signatories identifying as residing within the City of Wanneroo district. I won't read the whole petition, but I will note a summary. The outdoor section on the eastern side of the Alexander Heights Community Centre is often vandalised and damaged, requiring regular reports to City of Wanneroo Ranger Services. The City of Wanneroo has increased ranger patrols and considered temporary CCTV for the area in question. It is the view of the signatories that this has not deterred antisocial behaviour. The petition requests the City install a fence around the gazebo and barbecue area, including as part of the Alexander Heights Community Centre.
Thank you. And we have 2 more petitions to be received from our CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 petitions received against the construction of a phone tower in Lansdale Forum Shopping Centre. Residents are concerned about radiation rays and the impact on the health of children and staff at Mercy Care Childminding Centre, as well as the health of residents and shoppers in the vicinity of the structure, and that the construction will also have an effect on the value of properties in this vicinity. The first petition, number of signatures 59, 54 who identified as residents. Second petition, number of signatures 177, 155 who identified as residents. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Do I have a mover to accept the petitions? Councillor Nguyen, do I have a seconder? Councillor Huntley. Councillors, please cast your vote to accept the petitions. And that is passed unanimously. Declarations of interest by council members, including the nature and extent of which the interests are to be made at the commencement of the item to which the interest relates. Declarations of interest forms are to be completed and handed to the Chief Executive Officer. And we now go to our items, PSO 1. 0224. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Councillor Miles, a seconder? Councillor Seif. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, just briefly, thank you, Mayor. We covered off on this last week quite extensively with the questions and the answers from the director responsible. And whilst this has been one of those cells 1 to 9 have been around for some time, they are obviously coming to the end of their close, as in the second report dictates. The only thing I would request of administration for this year's cell works, when they start to be started again, is if we can tighten up on some of the timeframes to alleviate a 12-month process. Other than that, I'm happy with the report, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Seif, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Do I have any speakers against? If I have no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to PSO 20224, close of advertising, proposed scheme amendment 208 to District Planning Scheme number 2, introduction of operational periods to East Wanneroo cells 1 to 9. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Move, Councillor Miles. Seconded, Councillor Huntley. Councillor Miles, do you want to speak to this?
Just briefly, Mayor, I mean, the report's pretty much succinct. It pretty much goes to the closing of the cells in an operational manner, if not sooner, as we have requested administration to do ASAP. But other than that, the report pretty much articulates what we plan to do as a council.
Councillor Huntley, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Councillor Miles said that perfectly.
Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that was passed unanimously. We now go to item PSO 30224, consideration of amendment number 209 to District Planning Scheme number 2 following advertisement and part normalisation of the East Wanneroo Cell 1 tapping at Ashby Structure Plan number 3 area and revocation of Ashby Neighbourhood Centre agreed local structure plan number 77. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Move Deputy Mayor Rowe, seconder. Councillor Miles. Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this?
Nothing to add at this stage, Mayor.
Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this? Any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, councillors, pass your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We go to item PSO 40224, consideration of amendment number 210 to District Planning Scheme number 2 after advertising, revocation of Clarkson in brackets lot 16 Connolly Drive, agreed structure plan number 33. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Moved Councillor Miles, seconded Councillor Berry. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this?
No, everything's okay, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, councillors, cast your vote. And that was, someone hasn't voted. They have now voted. That's passed unanimously. We now go to item PSO 50224, preparation of amendment number 211 to District Planning Scheme 2, part normalisation of the East Wanneroo Cell 5 Landsdale Structure Plan number 7 area. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Councillor Miles, seconder Councillor Herridge. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this?
No, everything's in order, Mayor.
Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Do we have any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, councillors, cast your vote. And that's passed unanimously. We go to PSO 6224, preparation of amendment number 212 to District Planning Scheme number 2, part normalisation of the Butler Ridgewood Agreed Local Structure Plan number 27 and revocation of Brighton Village Agreed Local Structure Plan number 38. Do I have a mover and a seconder for this item? Moved Councillor Parker, seconded Councillor Smith. Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to this?
Nothing further to add, thank you.
Councillor Smith, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Any speakers against? Councillors, cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to PSO 70224, consideration of amendment number 206 to District Planning Scheme number 2 following advertising, part normalisation of the East Wanneroo Cell 4, Hocking and Pearsall Structure Plan number 6 area and revocation of Hocking Neighbourhood Centre Agreed Local Structure Plan number 42. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Mover, Councillor Wright, seconder, Councillor Huntley. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Huntley, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Do I have any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. And that has been passed unanimously. I go to assets, strategic asset management. I need a mover and seconder for ASO 10224, response to petition PT02 1023, request for safer pedestrian access to Clarkson Primary School. Do I have a mover and seconder? Moved Councillor Moore, seconded Councillor Bedworth. Oh, Councillor Smith, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to make a declaration of impartiality with regards to item AS 0102/24. I disclose that I have a friend on the board of the Clarkson Primary School. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Yes, I also have a declaration on this item. With regard to item ASO 10224, I disclose that I'm on the board of Clarkson Primary School, and as a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected, and I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Now, I know we've got an amendment to this, and that's moved by Councillor Parker. Do we have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Herridge. Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to the amendment, please?
Just briefly, thank you. I would like to thank administration for working with all parties to arrive at this point. The safety of school children going to and leaving school must never be questioned. I sincerely trust that a controlled crossing will go ahead, and my amendment to the recommendation is to highlight and thus ensure $30,000 is listed in the 24-25 capital works budget and be added as recommendation 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this item?
Just shortly, thank you, Mayor. Just to reiterate the same as Councillor Parker, I feel for them. I've been involved with a number of these myself, and thank you to Heather for coming in and telling us how important it is. You moved me to a little tear knowing, and I hope he's back at school soon. And that's me. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this amendment? Councillor Miles?
Yeah, question. Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, I wouldn't vote against it. Just obviously with the indication from our own administration and from Ms White with regard to her questions and statement earlier, understanding that the application hasn't been lodged as yet, what sort of timeline are we looking at, bearing in mind, you know, I know it's going to be a piece of string, but this is a clear safety breach that we need to try and rectify as a council.
Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. My understanding is that committee meets at request or at certain times of the year, and they consider all the applications. The first step for us will be to work with the school and lodge the application as soon as practically possible through the school, and then we can follow up with the committee about the timelines.
Thank you. Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess my question then leads, because I think this could take some 12 months or 18 months. Is it possible then for the city to have other arrangements using its own local traffic management people to be able to do something in the interim to so we don't lose a child to a car or a bus?
Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. On the road network itself, implementing traffic management has to be done when there is either an event or some kind of roadworks. Under the delegation, that's the only way we can implement temporary traffic management or close roads for a shorter period. That's not the case in this case. It is to move kids from like getting children to the school or going back. So we did look at are there possibility of any traffic treatments to provide any refuge islands in the middle. The space is very tight at that particular location. The only possibility was to have a guard control crossing. And my understanding is it won't take that long, 12, 18 months. The intention would be to move it with the school as soon as possible. And then once the committee approves it, we will actually have a design completed in parallel and submit that to Main Road for approval. After that, Main Roads will take maybe a few weeks to actually implement the pavement markings on the ground.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question as well from my side. Just in regards to the construction of a children crossing, is it one of the committee's criteria in terms of if there are already existing crossings? So, for example, if this went ahead to construct a crossing, that the committee would look more favourably at the site, that there's already existing crossings and it's a matter of just manning someone there, or is it a matter of there are other set criteria as well? Because I'm just thinking if it's going to add value to the application by the P&C/school principal, is this something we shouldn't be doing for other schools that are going through the same process?
Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. The guard crossing is approved based on the number of, basically based on traffic numbers. So the school will actually undertake the count of people moving in that area and crossing that road. That forms part of the application, and then the committee considers that information before they approve that crossing to go ahead. And once that's done, then it's design and construction after that. When I say construction, some sites would require civil works to construct adjoining footpaths or crossing ramps and maybe some other civil works, but many sites do not require that. It is simply providing some median kind of treatment, very basic treatment and pavement marking.
Thank you, Mr Singh. Councillor Bedworth, do you have a question?
I do, Mayor, thank you. My question is, Ms White mentioned that one of the school zone signs is partially obscured by some foliage. Are there any short-term treatments we can engage in to make sure that becomes more visible? And also, whilst the application process is ongoing, and assuming it would be successful, are there any other pavement markings we can actually engage in order to draw attention to the school zone?
Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. As was acknowledged by the petitioner earlier, my team is working very closely with the school. They have visited the school. We are working with the school principal. We will continue to work with the school and see if there are any other areas of improvement which can add value to the crossing. We will consider that.
Thank you. Councillor Seif, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Just in relation to the $30,000, does administration think this is an adequate sum?
Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we do consider that should be adequate for that particular site.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Do you want to ask a question? Councillor Berry.
No, Madam Mayor. Can I please propose another amendment, if possible?
Councillor Berry, you can't propose an amendment on an amendment.
We can't add another clause on there?
No, it's an amendment.
Oh.
Once this one's been decided, but you can't propose an amendment on an amendment. Okay, are there any speakers against this amendment? If there are no speakers against this amendment, councillors, please cast your vote. This is just on the amendment, and we're missing one. Councillor Berry, yep. Okay, we might have to start again on the amendment. Councillors, cast your vote again, please. And that is passed unanimously. So we now go to the. Do you have an amendment now, councillor?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's for the city to raise concerns with local members so they may advocate to state members.
Could you repeat that again?
For the city to raise concerns with the local members so they may advocate to state members.
To state members. I think more appropriate wording would be that council authorise the CEO to advocate with local members to raise these concerns. Would you be happy with that, Councillor Berry? So we're on our second amendment on the same substantive, councillors, just so that we will be going to vote on the second amendment next. So the second amendment is authorises the Chief Executive Officer to advocate with local members to raise these concerns. Do we have a seconder for this amendment? Councillor Huntley. Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Mayor, could I just seek clarification? The fourth one refers to these concerns. Which specific concerns? Is it those that have been referred to tonight? I'm just concerned because it's actually not, I don't believe, referred to in the preamble, the preceding resolutions. Could we get some clarification around these concerns?
Sorry, we need to change local members to state members. And Councillor Berry, could you just clarify what the concerns are?
The concerns that have been raised in the petition?
Raised in the petition. So I think we might need to correct the grammar here. Authorises the Chief Executive Officer to advocate with state members to raise concerns regarding concerns raised in the petition, regarding concerns.
And federal members need to be in there, state to federal members.
And take the two out after members. Okay, so I'll read it out. Authorises the Chief Executive Officer to advocate with state and federal members regarding concerns raised in the petition. Is that correct, Councillor Berry? And the seconder was Councillor Huntley. Councillor Berry, do you want to speak to the amendment that you have put up?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Huntley, do you want to speak to the amendment?
No, I'm happy with that now.
Okay, any speakers against this amendment? If there are no speakers against this amendment, councillors, please cast your vote. And I can't see the vote. But it's been passed unanimously according to here. I've got 14 yeses, so that's good. So now we go to the Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. You're going to hate me, but I have an amendment as well.
We're only allowed, according to the standing orders, 2 amendments on a recommendation. I think we'll check the standing orders. It might be 3. We'll check, but I thought it was 2. You should have got in sooner, Councillor Wright. So we're looking at 5, 10 amendments and number 5, and it's, number 6, and it says only one amendment is to be discussed at a time, but as often as amendment is lost, another amendment may be moved before the primary motion is put to vote. And item 7 is where an amendment is carried, one further successful amendment to the primary motion as amendment and no more may be carried. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe if it's at the discretion of the mover and seconder of the substantive motion to maybe incorporate, I've got the wording. I just think it adds further value. Am I okay to read it out?
Well, if you mention the wording and if the substantive mover and seconder agree to that, it can be accepted, but it can't be done as another amendment. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. It's just in regards that council requests that future matters in regards to road and pedestrian safety around schools, including school crossings, are presented to the Roadwise Working Group involving any consultation and traffic management solutions.
That's a lot different to the primary amendment. Do you have a seconder for that? Oh, well, what does the substantive mover of it? Moore and Bedworth to consider. Councillor Moore and Councillor Bedworth. The substantive. So the suggestion is the alteration to the substantive be typed on the wall so that we can all look at it, and then Councillor Moore and Councillor Bedworth can decide whether they want to accept it as part of their substantive recommendation. Okay, so have we got the words, Councillor Wright?
Yes. So it's that council request that future matters or future petitions, either, in regards to road and pedestrian safety around schools, including school crossings, are presented to the Roadwise Advisory Group involving any consultation and traffic management solutions.
I just have a question about this, because is that already part of our procedure anyway in how we process these traffic situations?
Thank you, Mayor. That is not the case at the moment. With your indulgence, can I make a comment on this particular suggestion?
Yes, you
I
can,
think
Mr.
this one is quite broad. That will slow down the number of actions we do take in assessing the request for traffic treatments or school guard crossings or other traffic safety matters. At the moment, we don't present these matters to Roadwise Working Group. Roadwise Working Group considers the reports which are in alignment with the terms of reference for that particular group.
So what you're actually saying is if we take time to present them to the Roadwise Advisory Group, because they don't meet, they meet every 3 monthly or 6 monthly, it would delay the installation if this was a requirement to put in a pedestrian safety traffic way.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that's kind of the way I understand the intention from Councillor Wright is for Roadwise Advisory Group to consider those requests before they get to the implementation stage. So we do get several requests with several CRMs, which we respond to residents or school community as we receive them. And if they qualify for traffic treatments or for other treatment, we consider them and process them through.
Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, the word matters, could that be changed to petitions? So it's purely petitions that come to council so we can actually have time to consider them, because this is requesting that funding be allocated coming out of the city's budget, and I know we've had deputations today, but if other schools come and everyone wants a slice of the pie, we need to be able to understand the criteria and the process before it comes to council again, and having advice on that.
According to standing orders, Councillor Wright, petitions have to come to council. They have to come to this meeting here, and they can't. They're not to be presented to the Roadwise Committee. They come to council. Maybe the Roadwise Committee can be advised of every crossing being requested as a report, and being when they're finished and completed, so that you're kept informed of when they're happening, but the installation of them is not delayed. It's more about you having the information of what's happening with the crossings, isn't it? It's not so much about permission for them to be put in. So would that be better, Mr Singh, if it was a report of where you are with each of the pedestrian crossings, how they're progressing, and so you can still action in a timely fashion, but it's just a report to the Roadwise Committee? Mr Singh.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. That's possible. I think advising Roadwise Working Group of the applications we are assisting the schools with, or once they're approved, which will be installed.
Councillor Wright, are you happy with that?
Look, it doesn't have to be a suggestion if administration's happy to embed that in their current procedures, because I know all councillors get access to the Roadwise Working Group minutes and agendas, so it doesn't have to be a suggestion if administration's happy to embed that.
So, Mr Singh, are you happy with that in future Roadwise Committee meetings?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We can do that.
So, therefore, we remove that, number 5. And Councillor Herridge?
Thank you, Mayor. We are removing that completely then, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, no question.
Okay, so now we go to the substantive as amended twice. Do I have any speakers against the substantive as amended twice? Oh, before we go to the vote, who moved it? Councillor Moore, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think what Heather has said speaks volumes, and I do think that every parent deserves the rights that their child will get to school safely. Thank you.
Councillor Bedworth, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this amended item? If there are no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote on this item as amended. And it is passed unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We now go to infrastructure capital works. It's ASO 2-224. It's tender 23151, road and drainage upgrade works for Neerabup industrial area. There is a confidential attachment for this, so if there's any discussion about the confidential attachment, we will have to go behind closed doors. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Moved Deputy Mayor Rowe, seconded Councillor Miles. Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this?
Not at this stage, Mayor, thank you.
Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Mayor. I articulated my concerns last week in the confidential briefing session that we had, and administration through Ms Cole, our governance and legal, have advised me of those concerns are somewhat alleviated, although some of those, what can I say, conditions within the contract with the feds are what I consider a little bit bizarre, but I'm happy with the report, happy to receive the funding.
Councillor Miles, that's not the Alkimos federal funding acceptance. That is the road and drainage upgrade works for Neerabup that you seconded.
Yeah.
That's what you're
happy to
speaking
do the drainage as well, Mayor.
Do you want to speak to the drainage, Councillor Miles? Okay, do I have any speakers against the drainage? If I have no speakers against the drainage, please, councillors, cast your vote. Just had a request to move the CPO 10224 response to petition PTO 11023 request by Yanchep Community Men's Shed for a permanent home. Could I have a mover and a seconder to bring this forward in the agenda? Moved Councillor Seif, seconded Councillor Miles. Councillors, could you please cast a vote to bring this item forward? No, that just says ordinary council meeting. It's about CPO 10224 to change the order of business. And that is passed unanimously. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, unanimously now. Can I have a mover and seconder to for this item on the agenda, please? Moved Councillor Nguyen, seconded Councillor Huntley. I understand there's amendment. Councillor Coetzee, do you have a seconder?
Yes, Councillor Miles.
Miles. Okay. Councillor Coetzee, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, please. Thank you to everybody from the Yanchep Men's Shed that's here tonight. It's evident that the issue that I and Councillor Chris Baker, who's sadly not with us anymore, have been tackling this for the past 6 years. I would like to say thank you to Councillor Miles for helping during these 6 years in bringing forth an important amendment also last week, where I was not able to be here last week. Your dedication in helping the Men's Shed does not go unnoticed. Thank you. I was invited to an information session of the Yanchep Men's Shed and realised that being part of the Men's Shed is not just about fixing things or working on projects. It's about building connections, fostering friendships and supporting one another. The sense of camaraderie and understanding that comes from sharing experiences with like-minded individuals is invaluable. Men often struggle to open up about their feelings and struggles, but in a Men's Shed environment, there's a safe place to do so without judgment. The Men's Shed movement promotes mental health and well-being in men, providing a platform for them to express themselves and seek support when needed. By being part of a Men's Shed, they are not only investing in their own mental health, but also contributing to the well-being of the community as a whole. The Men's Shed faces a significant obstacle in providing a suitable environment for its members to thrive and grow. The current situation where they are burdened with the high cost of rent is hindering their ability to focus on their mental and emotional well-being. Instead of fostering a supportive and nurturing space, they are forced to devote their energy to generating income to cover their rent expenses. By providing a piece of land for the Men's Shed, Yanchep Men's Shed, we have the opportunity to empower them to build their own shed, creating a sustainable and self-sufficient space for their activities. This would not only elevate the financial strain they currently face, but also enable them to focus on their core objectives and supporting and uplifting their members. Therefore, I'm asking my fellow councillors to support me in this amendment, as this problem is getting bigger.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, the amendment, item number 4, councillors, is an add-on to what administration has already done. The report is quite comprehensive. However, I think the ward councillors need to discuss further funding and possible relocation of the shed. And just for our own benefit, and I don't think we always understand the volunteers within our community. In WA, some $38 billion worth of volunteer time helps our communities operate and function on a daily basis. And Men's Sheds, whether they're from Girraween right the way up to Two Rocks, they all very much deliver on those community values in every possible way, whether it be computers, new tables and chairs and all the other little repairs that they do around our community that would be a burden to a local government if we had to pick up those costs. So I'm very much in favour of supporting the men's shed in the Yanchep region, as we have done to the other men's sheds throughout the city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Miles, do I have any speakers against the amendment? If I have no speakers against the amendment, councillors, please cast your vote on the amendment. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to the substantive as amended. Councillor Nguyen, would you like to speak to the substantive as amended? Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to echo Councillor Coetzee and Councillor Miles' statement on the benefit that the membership provides for our community, and it cannot be understated. The services the membership provide for our community is quite significant, and the city cannot fulfil any of that part other than what the membership is providing for our community. So I urge the city to consider what the membership is doing, the challenges that they are facing at the moment, and all of the members within that community get so much out of being part of this community. Their lease is expiring very soon, and so they've got the added pressure of funding but not having a place where they can continue their operation. So I am certainly very supportive of the continuing funding for the men's shed, and also finding a permanent home for them to provide this great service to our community.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Councillor Huntley, would you like to speak to this item?
Yeah, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to say that obviously this is really upsetting for Yanchep Men's Shed, but it also is something that we as a council need to address in future when we are looking at facilities for volunteers and where they go and where they're sited. And I think this creates us to really look at what we do in future and how we allocate land or we purchase land in order to facilitate the ability to allow volunteers to actually conduct a shed or their interests or the museums or whatever that we have around locally, because volunteers are finding it very, very difficult at the moment to actually find places to operate out of. So I'm sorry this has happened to you, but it really does set a precedent for us to lift our game. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Do I have any speakers against this recommendation as amended? If I have no speakers against this recommendation as amended, councillors, please cast your vote. And I declare it passed unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We will now go to the back to ASO 30224 in the agenda, which is the Alkimos Aquatic and Recreation Centre acceptance of federal funding. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Councillor Miles has moved it, and I'd like to second this one, so I'm going to second it. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. It's always good to receive funding from state or federal government, especially through political commitments in election campaigns, which this was, from two lots of funding sources. But and I know that as a council, we will make and spend every dollar of that, probably and a bit more. I was a bit concerned, as I articulated earlier when we were talking about drainage upgrades to Neerabup, that some of the clauses within the contract I thought were a little bit bizarre, and obviously that will come out in time. After speaking with Ms Coles with regard to those concerns offline from the briefing session, because it is confidential at this stage, she was able to put my mind at risk, at ease, I should say, because, yes, there was a risk, because I do believe that sometimes these contracts need to be a bit more locally based. But apart from that, Mayor, I am happy to see the acceptance of the funding from our local member Tracy Roberts, MP.
Thank you. And yes, I will speak to this. This is fantastic. This will be fantastic for the community. And this is the start of working towards the $70 million project that we're putting for the community in Alkimos. And I'm very happy to second this. Do I have any speakers against this recommendation? Councillor Nguyen, you have a question?
Yes, the report notes that the city will continue to investigate other funding opportunities for the project as it progresses. Once we accept the funding agreement, are we locked into that amount and we therefore can't advocate for more, or we can still advocate for more?
Mr. Singh.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Now, it doesn't stop us from applying other sources of funding. In fact, we have applied and we're exploring another one.
Thank you. You have another question, do you, Councillor Nguyen?
And is that, are you looking at the state or federal funding?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. The application we have already made previously has been for the state funding, which we are expecting that outcome to be known sometime this month. And the second one is a federal one, which we have lodged or about to lodge, and there will be potentially third one, which also be possible.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to item ASO 4224, the Alkimos Aquatic and Recreation Centre Business Plan. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Moved Councillor Parker, seconded Councillor Coetzee. Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to this?
Nothing further to add, just get on with it. Thank you.
Councillor Coetzee, would you like to speak to this?
I would love to speak about it. The Alkimos Aquatic Recreation Centre will not just be as a facility, it's a vital hub for our community. The swimming pools are not just a luxury, they are a necessity for our schools and families. This project is more than just a concrete and water, it's an investment in the health and well-being of our community. It's a promise of a brighter, a more vibrant future for generations to come. Also, the basketball community that is thrilled at the prospect of such an exciting development will be taking place for them very soon. I'm eagerly anticipating the moment when signs of progress become visible at that location and the doors are finally unlocked. Thank you.
Thank you, me too. Do I have any speakers against this? If there are no speakers against this recommendation, please, councillors, cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to item ASO 5224, Tender 23078, the construction of Wanneroo Road duplication from Kemp Street to Elliott Road. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Moved Councillor Wright, seconded Councillor Huntley. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Just in regards to this item, it's really fantastic to see that the Main Roads State Government Department has provided an additional $2.5 million for funding due to obviously increased costs of doing the works. This duplication of Wanneroo Road is a really important project for the ward, but also the wider area, especially when East Wanneroo gets completed. And knowing how many cars will be going down that road, we've already received precincts already under consultation at the moment, so I think this is a great proactive move. I guess I know some residents at the moment have raised concerns around some of the little streets off there at the moment, but I do think it is a proactive move by the council and by the state government in ensuring that this infrastructure is in place before residential lots are starting to get created in East Wanneroo. So I thank Mr Singh and also the Main Roads Department for allocating that funding. And I look forward to seeing the project get completed.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Huntley, would you like to speak to this item?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'm really pleased to see this actually come to fruition now and start. I do hope that consideration has been given to the people that have to turn right onto this road and that
provision in a central reserve will allow that to occur. And let's get moving and let's get it right down to Franklin at the end of the day. So this is just one step closer. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this recommendation? If there are no speakers against this recommendation, councillors, please cast your vote. And that was passed unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We now go to ASO 6224, the Service Review, Manage and Maintain Streetscapes Report. Do I have a mover and seconder? Deputy Mayor Rowe. Seconder. Councillor Seif. Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Mayor, and I note that this item in a different format has come before Council previously. I first just wanted to begin by thanking Council for allowing me to continue as Chair of this working group for a further 2 years. Your faith in me, given that it's a critical working group that has oversight over something that is incredibly important to both Council and the community, is not lost on me. I also want to thank the members of administration who were deeply committed to this process, and that would include both Tian and Grant and everyone who's been involved in their teams. I think it was a demonstration of the administration trying to work towards a positive outcome as a result of this service review, and particularly for the benefit of new councillors who are seeing this report for the first time. The request to establish the Service Review Working Group was part of, I don't think it was last year's budget, it was the year before, 22-23. So it was a decision of council to establish that working group. It was a decision of council based on the feedback provided by residential communities around the state of verges to prioritise this item for consideration. Council had input at multiple stages in that process. I think the level of information provided to us was significant. So to be able to see the final result now of a process that we all contributed to is a great privilege. So I'm glad to see the report on the agenda tonight, and I would hope that all council members will consider supporting the recommendation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rowe. Councillor Seif, would you like to speak to this item?
I think, thank you, Mayor. I think the Deputy Mayor has spoken very well on this, except I will say that I'm looking forward to the implementation of these new services.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this recommendation? If I have no speakers against this recommendation, councillors, please cast your vote. And that was passed unanimously. We now go to CP 02224, response to petition PTO 1-1123, request for an enclosed park on the northern side of Kingsbridge Park, Butler. Do I have a mover and seconder for the substantive? Moved Councillor Berry, seconded Councillor Wright. Councillor Parker, you have an amendment. Do you have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Bedworth. Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Thank you, Mayor and administration. My amendments are both minor. In point 1, I want to emphasise that the main reason why administration has deemed the area not appropriate for a dog exercise space is the size. And in point 2, and this is important for our residents to know, administration will not only continue undertaking site investigations for a suitable location, but will report back to Council on the progress of those investigations by June 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bedworth, would you like to speak to this amendment?
Thank you, Mayor. Just in support of Councillor Parker, in so much as it's great to see an amendment with the SMART principle applied to it, that we're going to have a time-bound progress report, which is really useful for the people in the area.
Thank you. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item as amended?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, vote on the amendment. So any speakers against the amendment? Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm going to speak against it because I do feel that we are setting a precedent and we have not had a forum where we can actually decide whether a dog park is too small or too big, or what size area it's going to be. It's deemed now by administration that this is too small. We already have developers instituting parks that are actually smaller than this. This is going to set a precedent. So I would like to motion that we bring this back to forum instead of actually voting on this tonight.
And then we go to the alternative. So do I have a speaker for the amendment? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I do understand what Councillor Huntley is saying, and I agree. However, in my conversations with Councillor Parker, and administration may be able to back me up, I believe that the dog parks that they're researching in this area, sorry, let me clarify. They are already looking to have a dog park in the northern suburbs, and I'm led to believe that they are looking to do a big size one. So hopefully, in my understanding, this doesn't make a precedent that there won't be smaller ones in the future. That's what I'm led to believe. Maybe we can get administration to comment on that.
Mr. Clem.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So the city already has two dog parks that it's installed at Kingsway Regional Sporting Complex and at Edgar Griffiths Park. Both of those dog parks are around the 7,000 to 8,000 square metre size. That size seems to be working. It allows for small dogs and large dogs. It allows for different types of activity spaces within those areas that and different surfaces, and it provides the most likely best outcome for both dog owners and dog users. So whilst we're not, I guess, necessarily fixed on that 7,000 to 8,000 square metre size, we don't believe we can achieve those same outcomes with the 3,000 square metre size dog park.
Thank you. Is that a question? Is it Councillor Seif? Councillor Seif.
Thank you, Mayor. I just seeking clarification from administration that will it set a precedent further to Councillor Huntley's comments? As I know that there's a park in Lansdale that's very small, the Everglades Park, and people use that with their dogs all the time. So I'm just checking that it won't set a precedent.
Mr. Clem.
No, I don't think so, Mayor. I think, I guess, if other locations become proposed and council wishes to consider them, they could approve them.
Thank you. You have a question, Councillor Coetzee. Councillor Coetzee.
Thank you. Just to go back to what Councillor Smith said, how far in the future is a dog park in the northern suburb away from, and have there any locations of parks that ever came up that we know of? Thank you.
Mr. Clem.
Thank you, Mayor. The report refers to the investigation works being undertaken at the moment. Those works are ongoing. So the amendment tonight asks administration to report back on those investigations by June 2024, and we believe that's achievable.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against the amendment? I'll let Councillor Nguyen speak first. You have already actually spoken with an alternative, but if you want to speak against it, you can. But Councillor Nguyen, first question?
The area seems to indicate it's too small for both large and small dogs in the same area. Would it be appropriate simply just for small dogs, exclusively for them?
Thank you, Mayor. That probably it may not meet the needs of all dog owners in that particular area, and then I guess administering that from our rangers' perspective would be a challenge as well.
Councillor Huntley, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I do believe there's around about 180,000 people going to be in that northern corridor. Do you really feel that one dog park is going to be sufficient? And the fact that if we refuse this tonight, that's obviously going to set a precedent on size.
Mr Clem.
Thank you, Mayor. If council wishes us to explore other dog park sites as that community grows in the northern suburbs, then administration can do that at the moment. All we've been asked to do is to investigate, separate to the petition, administration's been asked to investigate a dog park in the northern suburbs, and that's currently what we're doing. And as that amendment suggests, we can report back on those investigations in June this year.
Thank you. Councillor Berry, do you have a question?
I've got a question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to confirm that any new dog park will be in addition to the dog park that is at Heath Park in Eglinton. Thank
Mr
you.
Clem?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against the amendment? Councillor? Yes, Councillor Parker.
This is a question to Mr Clem. I know when I spoke to you about this, you mentioned the safety aspect. Could you just elaborate on that for us? Because I know I did say, look, perhaps the smaller one wasn't a bad idea, but I know that the administration is working with a body at the moment to confirm and to discuss the safety around the animals. Could you just highlight that for us, please?
Thank you, Mr Clem.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we referred earlier to, I guess, the size and the different spaces within an animal or dog exercise park, being the small dog area and the large dog area, and having the different elements within the design of that facility so that dogs and their owners are able to use those spaces and the dogs are entertained. They have different aspects of the facility that will, I guess, keep them active and keep them occupied, and that then decreases the, I guess, the potential for aggressive or unsuitable interactions between dogs, because there are elements within both aspects of the dog park, the small and large dog areas, where they will be entertained by particular features of the dog park. So that's a key safety element, that it's not just an empty space without anything for the dogs to do, because that's when the potential for them to interact and perhaps aggressive incidents to occur is greater in that situation.
Thank you, Mr Clem. Do you have a question, Councillor Coetzee?
Thank you. The Eglinton Dog Park is definitely smaller than about 1,500 square metres, and small and larger dogs are allowed in there. Have any attacks or problems at all came up?
Mr Clem?
I'd have to take that one on notice, thank you, Mayor, just to get some information around what incidents we have had in that Eglinton Heath Park Dog Park.
Thank you. Councillor Bedworth.
Just one question, please, Madam Mayor. I'm just interested, if the city provides an inappropriately sized dog exercise area, what liability are we then at with any dog attacks? And how do we go about warrantying and reducing that liability?
Mr Clem.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think there's any liability on the city. There's no legislation or code or regulations, I guess, regarding dog parks in terms of they must be of a minimum size or design. There are I guess, more best practice examples of what a good dog park should look like. And it's probably worth noting these dog parks are a relatively new feature within public open space, and they are evolving. There was a seminar last year from Parks and Leisure Australia regarding some best practice standards around dog park design based on learning so far, and that's the information we've been using in assessing this particular petition.
Thank you, Mr Clem. Are there any more questions on this amendment? If there are no more questions on this amendment, are there any speakers against it? If there are no speakers against it, Councillor Parker, would you like the right of reply?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so councillors, please cast your vote on the amendment. So I have 11 in support and 3 against. The councillors against Councillor Nguyen, Councillor Huntley and Councillor Coetzee. The rest of the councillors here supported it. So I declare that amendment passed. So, Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to the substantive as amended?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to the substantive as amended?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. I know for the North Ward residents or any resident along that coast that has contacted me, whether it be by mistake, to indicate support for a dog park. I know there's quite a need for dog parks up there, and I'm a regular user of the Edgar Griffiths one that we have, being a small dog owner myself. And I do realise that Councillor Parker's amendment does add value in terms of bringing a report back to council, and definitely if a suitable site is still not found or located, I definitely will be relooking at the Kingsbridge Park site, whether it be a small dog area or something else, because there is a need up in that area. And I think if nothing comes back, then we need to start looking at Plan Bs and Plan Cs. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Do I have any speakers against the substantive as amended? Councillor Nguyen.
I don't agree with the recommendation and the conclusion that the area is too small to provide an appropriate dog exercise space. It's 3,361 square metre. It's not a large area, certainly it's not a small area, especially if that's to cater exclusively for smaller dogs, if that's considered appropriate. The risk that was raised that if you mix dogs together or if you have exclusive small area, there's no way of monitoring it. While that may be the case, we have had other smaller parks with other dogs and we have not had any problems. So the other risk that I consider is not having a dog park, and so not having a safe place for dogs to roam, a safe place even for kids to play in a park and, away from dogs. Sometimes family with small kids may be concerned there are dogs in the area. So weighing the risk of having a park where potentially dogs may cause harm to other dogs and not having a park where dogs could harm to younger children, I would take the other option. I think parks, dog parks are an essential element of a community, especially growing communities where they're young families. Most families have a pet, including myself. I have small dogs. So, and there is no guidance in terms of the area at the moment. There's, I think, comments that we are aiming for best practice. Well, we can't aim for perfection. We have to aim for progress. And that is, for me, progress better than no progress at all. I think the area is appropriate for a dog park. If not for both large and small, certainly for smaller dogs for that area. So I certainly don't support the recommendation not to have a dog park. And I do also consider the concern raised earlier by Councillor Huntley that we may set a precedent that we might not go back to. Obviously, each case should be assessed on its own merits in that regard. So I don't support this recommendation. Thank you.
Do I have a speaker for this recommendation as amended? Councillor Smith.
Can I ask a question first, Mayor, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Can I just confirm that we're doing this report, so has there been money allocated in the budget coming up for a dog park coming up for the northern suburbs?
Mr Clem.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In the report, the financial implications sections, it does note that there's money in 2024-25 for design of a dog park facility in the northern suburbs, and then for construction in 2025-26.
Thank you. Councillor Smith?
Thank you. So I'd like to speak in support of this because of the fact that the money has been allocated and it's based on, I guess, the desire to have a larger dog park. So knowing that that's in the plan and that we have a report coming to council shortly, within a couple of months, knowing I would like the money that's put aside to go to a bigger park at this stage. That's not to say that in the future, if we have more money allocated, then I'd be happy to look at a smaller one there. I don't believe that voting for this will disclude that in the future. I think we can reassess later on reasons and things like that. But knowing that the council or the administration is looking at a bigger site and has allocated funding for that, that's what I'm hoping for. I think if we go for a smaller one at Kingsbridge now, then that might reduce what scope that we could offer in the shorter term. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Speaker against this item?
Madam Mayor, question?
Councillor Huntley, your question?
My question is, are we actually going to only allocate for one big park, or are we going to be allocating for several parks due to the fact there is 180,000 people going in there? There is very, very small housing, and people will probably have small dogs rather than large dogs because they won't be able to facilitate them in their back gardens, which are very tiny.
Mr Clem.
Thank you, Mayor. There is just one listed at the moment in the long-term financial plan, but if council wishes to list more in further years, then administration can act on that.
Thank you, Mr Clem. Do I have a speaker against? Councillor Huntley.
Thank you. Just one more question, and that is, if we are very, very tight on space, so if we do come across this issue again, which we're obviously going to, can we, or is there a way that we could provide for the smaller dogs to be in a dog park and the larger dogs have the run of the rest of the park? So at least small dog owners can actually get their dogs behind a fence line rather than take the risk of having them mixing with the larger dogs off lead.
Mr Clem.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess if council wishes to designate a dog exercise area for small dogs only, then it could. The challenge, as I mentioned earlier, will be around our rangers, I guess, policing that and enforcing any issues that, or responding to any issues that might arise out of having a small animal exercise area only.
Thank you. Councillor Coetzee, you have a question?
Right, sorry, I would like to speak against it.
Councillor Coetzee, you may speak against.
Thank you. I'm against the recommendation for the plain fact that I live on a 2,000 square metre block, and this is a 3,361 metre square block. It's big. It's quite big, and my house is even on the 2,000 square metre block. It can work, and to me it feels like we don't have a lot of areas at the moment, especially in the North Ward, especially in Yanchep, where no land is available for many other things as well. So to me, it's like grab what we can now, because all of the residents, not all, many of the residents who love their doggos would like a dog area. And to wait longer, as we all know, we move a thing on or just wait a little bit, we wait a long, long time. So I'm definitely against this. Thank you.
Do you want to speak for it?
I had a question.
Yes, Councillor Wright.
Just going from the director's response in regards to the financial implications, if a report was to come to us in June 2024, obviously the design is 24-25 and construction 25-26, that extra 3 or 4 months won't actually cause a delay on a dog park, whether it be the small one or the bigger one we're talking about now.
Mr Clem.
No, I don't believe so. I think that time frame's manageable.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker for? Another question, Councillor Huntley?
Yeah, on this report, it actually says does not support the development of an enclosed dog exercise area at Knightsbridge Park. Now, that's a definite. So if this report comes back and we have to come back to this park, are we going to go against our motion here?
Mr Clem?
Thank you, Mayor. I think the first point of what you just said is correct, that the recommendation is to not support a dog park at this location.
Councillor Wright, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just on the response from the Director, and maybe some governance and legal advice, just in regards to a council decision, council can make a decision tonight and then in June an alternative or whatever to overturn tonight's decision. Not a revocation, but obviously if we don't support the development of this dog park tonight, in June 2024, if no location has been found, then we can obviously change that decision to support. Is that correct?
Ms. Coles?
When there's more information, and if there's more information that has been, with the investigation and that's shown that potentially it is an okay site, you can make that decision. There wouldn't be a reason to have to revoke this decision if it's based on further information that's provided to council. Yeah.
Councillor Coetzee.
Is it possible to send this to a forum?
If the motion's lost, we can have an alternate. But remember, if the motion's lost and we do an alternate and we send it to a forum, it's going to delay the dog park even longer. But we are now arguing the motion in notice as amended substantially. Councillor Berry, would you have the right of reply to close the...
Got no further comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, councillors, cast your vote on the substantive as amended. And the recommendation as amended is passed. 10 for, 4 against. Those against are Councillor Nguyen, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Coetzee and Councillor Miles. We now go to item CSO 1224, the financial activity statement for the period ended 30th of November 2023. Do I have a mover and a seconder for this? Moved Councillor Berry, seconded Councillor Herridge. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we discussed the financial reports quite a bit last week. Thank you.
Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this item?
I'm happy, thanks, Mayor.
Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. And it's passed unanimously. We now go to item CSO 2224, financial activity statement for the period ended the 31st of December. Do I have a mover and a seconder for this statement? Moved Councillor Berry, seconded Councillor Huntley. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Huntley, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Do I have any speakers against? If I have no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. And that's passed unanimously. I go to Strategic Business and Planning, CSO 3224, the mid-year review of the Corporate Business Plan 2023-24 to 2026-27 and the Annual Budget 2023-24. Do I have a mover and a seconder for this? Moved Councillor Miles, seconded Deputy Mayor Rowe. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this item?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The only thing I do want to ask, I forgot to ask the Director last week, it's on page 463, and it's the investment summary as of the 31st of December. My question to the administration or to the Director responsible is with those term deposits, can she confirm or have a look at whether or not all those term deposits are with banks that are within the city of Wanneroo?
Ms Jennings.
Sorry, Mayor, I think we've moved past that item, but I'm happy to answer the question if you're okay to go back an item.
Yes, I'm happy for you to answer the question to clarify it. It was
So-
on the previous one that we've just adopted, Councillor Miles.
Anyway, the investments are in the financial statements. So when we do those investments, we follow the investment policy. Most of it is online, but I understand what Councillor Miles is asking, I think. So I'm happy to find out whether there's any home branch that's actually designated, but otherwise it's all online. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Jennings. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this item?
No, I was very happy with the report. I just had a question.
Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this item?
I don't know how I could follow that. But in terms of the mid-year review, I acknowledge that I've had some conversations with admin throughout the week following on from my questions last week, which were about specific capital works projects under the value of $500,000 that'll be either carried forward or delayed due to a number of reasons, often third-party approval delays and the frustrations that arise from that. So I'm confident that working together, and I will be quite vocal throughout the budget process around that, because if a project is to be delayed, whether that be through a factor that is within the administration's control or alternatively a delay due to Western Power approvals or gas or water corp, there must be a responsibility to inform the council about that delay, because ultimately we adopt an annual budget that includes the year's worth of capital projects. And when there is a delay and it's not communicated to council members and ultimately that information doesn't get out to community, it can be very frustrating. So happy to support the mid-year review under the provision that we'll have those ongoing conversations about when a project is delayed, that council members are notified through some mechanism so we can share that information with the community, making sure that we are informed and so are they around the reasons that projects are not being delivered in an ordinary time period. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? I have no speakers against this item. Councillors, please cast your vote. And that item is passed unanimously. We now go to transactional finance, CSO 40224, warrant of payments for the period to the 31st of November 2023. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Moved Councillor Berry, seconded Councillor Herridge. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. And that item was passed unanimously. I now go to CSO 5224, warrant of payments for the period to the 31st of December 23. Do I have a mover for this item? Councillor Berry, seconded Councillor Huntley. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Huntley, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, cast your vote. And it's passed unanimously. We now go to Council and Corporate Support, CSO 60224, the reappointment of a council member as delegate to Walga North Metropolitan Zone and deputy delegate to Catalina Regional Council. We will handle them separately. I have a nomination here for, that's the second one. What about Walga? Do we have anyone nominated for Walga Zone? Councillor Moore, anyone else for Walga Zone? If there were no one else for Walgazone, you've got it, Councillor Moore. For Catalina Regional Council, I have a nomination from Amand Seif. Do I have anyone else interested in that position? If there's no one else interested in that position, congratulations, Councillor Seif, you have that position. We'll need to vote on those, so can we vote that we confirm that those positions are accepted? Move a seconder. Move Councillor Wright. Seconded Councillor Herridge. Councillors, please cast your vote. And it's passed unanimously. Okay, we now go to the Chief Executive Office of the CEO's reports. CEO 1/2/24, the Strategic Risk Register update. Do I have a mover for this and a seconder? Moved Deputy Mayor Rowe. Seconder? Councillor Herridge. Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And the item is passed unanimously. We now go to item 9, motions on notice. We go to MNO 1/2/24, Councillor Wright's Intergenerational Practice Program. Councillor Wright, do you have a seconder for this?
Yes, Councillor Moore.
Councillor Moore. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to your motion on notice, please?
Yes, please, Mayor. Thank you. Councillors, this is something I've been extremely passionate about and is certainly aligned to the focus of local governments, which is about the people of the district. The initiative before us seeks to explore the vast potential of intergenerational practice programs, a concept that seeks interaction and fosters deep and meaningful connections between seniors and young people. Drawing inspiration from groundbreaking projects like the Old People's Home for Teenagers and Old People's Home for 4-year-olds, we have witnessed firsthand the transformative power of bringing together different generations. These programs are not just social experiments, they are beacons of hope showing us that we can bridge the age gap, we can combat loneliness, enhance wellbeing and foster a culture of mutual respect and empathy. The benefits are clear: improved mental health, stronger community bonds and invaluable life lessons passed between generations. This program aligns perfectly with our commitment to nurturing an inclusive, vibrant and supportive community. It also has benefits for all involved, such as reducing cognitive and physical decline for our seniors, improves mood and reduces social isolation, and also introduce pro-social behaviours for young people, as well as increasing their self-confidence. I'm proposing to continue on the work of our community services team, led by Katie, to develop a comprehensive research and consultation report that will identify the feasibility of having an externally run program. As stated in the report, we have a large ageing population as well as a growing youth population, and we need to ensure that every resident, regardless of age, feels valued, understood and connected. This report will build on the work of the Council with our social advocacy agenda and community development plan in reducing social isolation and loneliness within our local communities. I urge you to support this motion. Let's take a bold step towards fostering an intergenerational legacy together, where we can make Wanneroo a shining example of community cohesion and intergenerational solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Would Councillor Moore like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a great initiative, and thank you, Councillor Wright, for putting forth this motion. With the widespread independent lifestyle of so many families, older loved ones are becoming increasingly separated from their families and other support systems. The COVID-19 pandemic only increased these challenges. Intergenerational programs bring our older and younger generations together and have a positive effect on those involved, from sharing experiences, building relationship and encouragement to one another. Having it also align with our Strategic Community Plan 2021 to 2031, I truly believe this will be a positive initiative for our community and the city.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Do I have any speakers against this motion on notice? If I have no speakers against this motion on notice, councillors, please cast your vote. And it's passed unanimously. Councillor Wright. We now go to motion on notice MN02-224 by Councillor Berry, electors meetings to be live streamed with electronic participation for electors. Do you have a seconder for this, Councillor Berry?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor. Councillor Newen.
Okay. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, please, very briefly. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I just want to correct an error that was stated on the public record last week, that I was putting motions forward late. And both the motions tonight were put in on time, but there has been some backwards and forwards with administration. So the first motion tonight I've brought to the Chamber after our recent AGM that started earlier than our normal meeting times and precludes many electors. Many electors work, many have young families, many simply can't travel to the Chamber, many live a fair distance away, such as Two Rocks, many are elderly and some have disabilities that exclude them from physically being here. Some electors may just want to sit and watch the AGM live, or they may have raised something that is going to be read out and want to hear their response. But as a city, we did not live stream our last AGM to enable being fully inclusive by providing an option. Additionally, it would be amazing if the City of Wanneroo could be a leader as a large local government and look at options of electronic participation. I'm aware there are some challenges with that, but challenges can be overcome and solutions found. The inclusion that would offer to all our valuable electors in being able to take part would be wonderful, and the City of Wanneroo really would be able to claim it is fully inclusive and offers flexibility to enable inclusion. This really would demonstrate we are customer focused, always looking to improve, find smarter ways of working, and allows for more participation, collaboration, and demonstrates respect to all the electors and their individual circumstances. I'd like to thank my colleagues for their consideration on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Newen, would you like to speak to this motion on notice?
Just reserve my right.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against? If I have no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. And it's passed unanimously. We now go to MN 030224 from Councillor Berry, changes to Councillor Members' Recognition of Service Policy. In accordance with 5.32 of the Standing Orders, I have decided that these recommendations be considered separately. So item 1 was adopt the minor changes to the Council Members' Recognition of Service Policy as presented and retrospectively applied to 2023. Councillor Berry is the mover for item 1. Councillor Berry, do you have a seconder for item 1?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Miles.
Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to item 1?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. I've brought item 1 to the Chamber tonight after much discussion with administration, and I'm going to ask my colleagues to support me on some of these minor changes, mainly because the bereavement policy would not be applicable to the second bit of the motion tonight. And we seem to recognise people who have a criminal history of 5 years or less, but we don't recognise people who die, people who might get terminally ill, or people who want to care for somebody with a terminal illness when their term ends. So that's why I'd like, if we're going to vote separately, I'd like for us to vote on the first item, which is to change the policy, please. Thank you.
Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this item?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. They are only small and minor changes to the policy. It's articulated quite well in the policy. Very clear the policy's out of date and hasn't been amended. To change certain items to recognition of a council member, and it doesn't matter how long you've served in this place. In fact, back in 2009, I actually received from the former mayor, Tracy Roberts, a recognition of service plaque, which actually had the time I was here and through before I went off to Parliament House. So I do believe this policy does need to be changed, and it's not called a retirement policy. The other changes within it, obviously changing items, gifts and memorabilia and that are pretty standard modernisation of language, and I'm very happy with the changes, and I just ask Council to adopt the changes.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against this? Councillor Nguyen.
I've just got a few questions, Madam Mayor, but before I ask the questions, I just want to acknowledge Sarah Baker, who is the wife of late Councillor Chris Baker. We know how much Chris has given to the community, to the city, and thank you for the sacrifices and the commitment that you've given to the city as well. Just in terms of the question relating to this motion, on page 686, administration made a comment that while the bereavement recognition policy does not expressly provide for recognition, it doesn't exclude what this motion is trying to achieve. If that was the case, why wasn't Chris Baker's service recognised under that policy?
Ms Coles.
The request that came through from Councillor Barry was for recognition of service in the form of something similar to what had been provided to councillors who retired earlier this month and following the election in October. And looking at the value of those items, we considered that potentially a statement of service could be provided under the bereavement recognition, which is similar, but the councillor specifically wanted a recognition of service.
Thank you. Do you have another question,
Yes,
Councillor
I've got a few, Madam Mayor. Councillor Miles has said earlier that he was recognised despite not obtaining the full term from the former mayor. Obviously, this is simply a policy which requires the exercise of discretion. It's not mandatory, it's optional. So why was that policy not considered in terms of exercising discretion, where Councillor Chris Baker simply did not lose on election but pass away?
Mr CEO.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Nguyen. I can assure you that the administration tried to work with Councillor Berry to see if we could facilitate exactly what she was looking for under the existing policy framework. I can't comment on what was in place when Councillor Miles received his a number of years ago, whether it was the same policy or not. The challenge that we had, again, was when council sets a policy, the administration has very little discretion. So if it's in conflict with the policy statement, we have no choice, and that's why this item's in front of you today.
Councillor Nguyen, do you have another question?
I do. Now, though I am saddened and disappointed that it needs a notice of motion to actually recognise the dedication and hard work of...
Councillor Nguyen, are you speaking to the item or are you asking a question?
No, I'm asking a question.
Well, you sound like you're speaking to the item. Please ask your question.
Well, I'm asking a question that on page 686, admin made a comment that if we were to amend the policy without careful consideration of any unintended consequences that may arise from the changes, what unintended consequences could there be by recognising someone who has made a great contribution to the city and ensuring that his hard work is recognised? What is the unintended consequence of that when someone simply passes away?
Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think the commentary around the unintended consequences were making any reference to the recent example that you provided. it was that typically in a situation like this, a policy would be taken to a council forum where not only this item but a number of changes that I think we've acknowledged the policy's out of date could obviously be changed in a more considered fashion. But yeah, in terms of recognising somebody who's provided great service to the organisation, there's certainly not unintended consequences. It's more about deviating from potentially our normal way of developing good policy.
Thank you. Is this a question or is it speaking against? Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to have this split. My question is, I'm concerned, being that where normal procedure would be to take this back to a forum. I'd like to just clarify and make sure that the changes that have actually been made on the tracking have been done in consultation with admin, and it's not just a council member.
Ms Coles?
Yeah, confirm the changes were done in conjunction with Councillor Barry and the administration.
Councillor Smith, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just, through the Mayor, like to hear from Executive Manager, Governance and Legal, Mrs Coles, if she is happy with the policy as it's amended or proposed.
Ms Coles.
That's a tough one. There are other matters in the policy that do need to be addressed. So the policy will have to come to forum in the next couple of months. The changes as currently put forward, they don't pose too much risk, but they will need to be changed again when we bring the policy to a forum to discuss some other matters in relation to the legislation and how the Act and regulations work in this space.
Ms Coles, can I just ask a question? The changes, are they outside the Act and legislation as it is at the moment?
So, I guess to explain a little bit more, the Act and the regulations relate to gifts that are provided to council members whilst they're still a council member. So that is where you're limited to it has to be a 4-year term and it has to be a certain amount. Council can have a policy to provide gifts to councillors when they're no longer a council member and they've already retired. So that's the conversation that we would like to have at a forum. So then this policy would look quite different to what it currently looks like, but the changes as proposed don't pose any issues with the Act or the regulations.
Thank you. Do you have a question, Councillor Berry?
I don't have a question, but you asked if we could split this, so I didn't do all of my speech that would explain a lot of why I put this forward, because you asked if we could just split it. So would it be better if I went...
I didn't ask if we could split it as the presiding member because they are two different items.
Yeah.
I have chosen as the presiding member to split it and I offered you the right to speak to it.
I only spoke to the first, because you wanted to split it, I only spoke to item 1. So can I speak to item 2 that would also clarify part of item 1?
You can speak to item 2 when we discuss item 2.
Okay.
We're just dealing with item 1 now.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've just got a question. The CEO has just said that the policy was very restrictive in how it was written, but surely we are often told that the policy is a guideline, and really would it not be better that when we come to a situation like we have come to, that all the councillors who have served with that particular member have a forum and make a decision united together rather than just go on the policy? I was quite surprised to see that the policy had overruled anything and we weren't actually consulted at all. It was just done. So my question is, in future, even if we don't get these guidelines through, that that really the policy be treated as a guideline unless there is a provision in the Act that says no.
Mr CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley, for the question. A policy is a policy of a council policy, and a guideline's a guideline that isn't necessarily endorsed by council that we may use to support a decision-making process. So if you wanted to draft your policy as such that you change the way that the decision-making process occurred, you could do that. But again, that's going back and I guess reformatting the policy from scratch.
Okay, is this a question, Councillor Wright? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just in regards to procedure, in regards to policy, and if obviously if something comes up and it's in conflict with that policy, is there any mechanism informally that there's a certain amount of councillors that need to say, I'd like it to come to council, I'd like it to come to a forum, in regards to like what we do with planning things under delegated? Obviously it hasn't happened with items we've spoken about tonight, but I know normally when we do get planning items, if there's community interest, councillor can email the planning director and that can be brought to council to be presented. Is there something similar, whether it be, I'm not just talking about this particular item, but anything that covers a policy within the city, that council or a councillor can request that this be brought to a meeting, a forum, a suitable place, even if it has to be a policy to dictate that?
Mr CEO.
Thank you for the question. And through the Mayor, I guess, Councillor Wright, the administration would likely bring that to council because we would be seeing an example of where I guess that we're not delivering an outcome that is in the best interest of council. So typically that would be led by the administration. Policy changes are very normal. The landscape changes regularly, and as soon as a policy is not giving you the outcomes that you want to achieve, well, it's time to review it and it's time to change it. So most of the time that will be driven by the administration. It could potentially be a notice of motion. It could be a conversation between a couple of elected members and the CEO, and that's the way we'd facilitate that coming back to council.
Thank you. Councillor Coetzee.
Sorry, I just want to make sure we are speaking on number 1 now, so we will have the opportunity to speak on number 2 because I would like to speak for it. Thank you.
Councillor Parker, do you have a question?
Yes, as the motion that we're speaking to at the moment is for number 1, the policy obviously needs changing and review. I would like to suggest we bring these changes to a forum for discussion to ensure the policy as a whole is addressed and updated accordingly. Making changes tonight I don't think is applicable and certainly doesn't warrant the discussion that is going on, because item 2 I think is far more important. So just a suggestion that we bring this back to council, to a forum, and we make those changes accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Any Councillor Huntley?
Question, Madam Mayor. If we make these changes tonight, we can still come to forum, can't we? But these changes will be locked in on the policy, which I think updates it to a certain degree until, because any one of us could fall off the perch, as it were, in the next couple of months towards, actually getting into a forum and having a discussion on this.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley, for the question through the Mayor. If you adopt item 1 tonight, the policy will be amended immediately and we will continue to apply the policy until such time as it comes back to forum, and it's only at that time that it goes back to council could the provisions possibly change.
Do you have a question, Councillor Bedworth?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. If we were to not adopt the minor changes tonight, does that mean point number 2 is then a dead duck?
No, it doesn't. It means that we will vote on that on its merits. Okay, any speakers against? Against or question? Against. Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. The reason I'm against is because I don't believe these are minor changes, and as Councillor Parker has mentioned, I'd rather, for good governance, actually have it come back to a forum and have a full discussion. Everyone can see that we've actually had a discussion around the table right now and we're not really 100% across it ourselves, just sitting here. So I would prefer, and in asking a question, if the mover is happy to take it back to a forum, I would be happy to to go with that.
Councillor Wright, did you want to speak to that?
Can I speak for?
Speak for if you want to.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in regards to the policy changes, I think these pose no significant risk to the organisation. The two biggest changes, a council member who hasn't completed a 4-year term and along that you haven't been convicted, I mean, they make sense to me. As I said before about the dog park, along that we have something in policy, just in case something does happen to any one of us in between now and that review, we already have a flexible policy. I mean, if it's really not going to work or it's really going to cause the organisation chaos, then we can obviously bring that back for a review, which is going to happen anyway. So I don't think an extra 3 or 4 months, we've just got that flexibility. The changes seem sensible to me, and it just focuses on, obviously, those who may have not completed a term and may have been convicted of a crime or anything like that, which seems sensible to me, and I don't think people like that should be recognised in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Seif, do you want to speak against? You've got a question.
I'm just seeking clarification that if we vote for Section 1, which I also don't see any issue with, will that enable the city to posthumously recognise Councillor Barker?
The CEO will answer that one.
That is correct. So if council doesn't endorse point 1, point 2 stands alone. Council's the only body that can override the policy. So you can either have a single decision to override the policy, or you can make the changes, or you can do both. So one doesn't cancel out the other.
Councillor Seif?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just following on from that, so should council this evening vote yes to Section 1, then the city will be able to recognise Councillor Baker, and then we can take our time deliberating over Section 2 somewhere else at forum, wherever. I'm just conscious of, I'm sorry, this is taking so long.
Mr. CEO?
Sorry, Sarah.
Look, I think I got the intent of what your question was, but yeah, absolutely. Yeah, part 2 is specifically in relation to former Councillor Baker. So we have to bring this policy back to council in any case. So,
Councillor Nguyen, you have a question?
Just in relation to the recommendation, it says retrospectively apply to 2023. Should there be a date? No. 2023, should that be like a date rather than just a year?
No, it's okay.
You can always put June 2023.
depending on, through the Mayor, Councillor Nguyen, depending on the acceptance of Councillor Berry and Councillor Miles, you could potentially apply a date. I would be interpreting that as an officer as any event that occurred in 2023. So it's entirely up to council what they'd like to do there.
Okay, any speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Berry, would you like your right of reply to item 1?
Sorry, this is for number 1, right?
Yeah, just number 1.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm quite happy to change the date to the 1st of Jan 2023, so it covers all of 2023. Thank you.
Councillor Miles, do you agree with that change?
Yeah, I support the change, Mayor.
Okay, councillors, cast your vote. That's me. I am conflicted. I don't know what to do. So the item is passed, 12 for and 2 against, which is Councillor Parker and Councillor Herridge. We now move to item 2. Mover, Councillor Berry. Seconder. Who's seconding part 2? Councillor Miles.
Councillor Miles.
Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, please, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody, for just supporting the prior one because it's reliant on this one. I'm disappointed by the admin comment that former Councillor Baker could be recognised under the bereavement recognition policy, as this was not advised initially to me by some in administration. I was told the bereavement policy was to be applied when someone had just passed and was not the appropriate policy to apply for Councillor Baker to get the same recognition as other councillors. I was also told the council members' recognition of service policy precluded our former council colleague Chris Baker as he had not served a full 4-year term. So I'm pleased we've just passed that change. I won't need to read out all the bereavement policy now, but it basically covers expressions of sympathy, sending sympathy cards, floral tributes and attendance at funerals. So clearly it wouldn't be an equal policy to recognise Councillor Baker under. The council members' recognition of service policy is only for elected members. The other policy covers other people. So this policy is the appropriate policy to apply to recognise the significant contribution made by elected members. The reason I'm asking my colleagues to support actually recognising Councillor Baker tonight is obvious. He made a completely remarkable contribution to this council over many years. It wasn't just this council. He worked for the city of Joondalup and was an elected member at the Marina Ward there between 2001 and 2004. Prior to that, from 1994 to 1996, he served as a councillor in the town of Port Hedland, and he had many years of service as a councillor within Western Australia. Councillor Baker, as we all know, was only a few weeks short of the current requirement of completing what was, a minute ago, a 4-year term. And there's no doubt in my mind he would have completed his term and continued to represent well all those he had assisted and served since October 2019 at Wanneroo. I'd like us to remember he only died a week or less than a week from a prior council meeting where he demonstrated his dedication and passion to his position by coming to the special council meeting for the Queen's Rock Caravan Park. That dedication, in my opinion, deserves equal recognition under the council members' recognition of service policy, as do all elected members who serve their community. I'd also like to acknowledge that Sarah Baker is with us tonight, and obviously this is a big decision that will obviously pay tribute to her husband. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this item?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. And also I do want to thank Councillor Berry for obviously going through the changes and quite a few phone calls between myself and Councillor Berry and administration and me with administration as well. Sometimes policies do have unintended consequences, and that's nobody's individual fault, and I don't blame administration. They read a policy, they read it a certain way. That's where we as councillors need to make sure when we do approve policies, we ticked off on all possible unintended consequences. That's why we do our forums and our briefing notes. But just to come back to Councillor Chris Baker, he was absolutely a dynamo in the community. People knew him far beyond what he did in this place. He was also a very, very good lawyer. And I reckon that most of the people that voted for him at the council elections was also part of his legal practice where he'd won, especially against governments and local governments. He was always a bit of a tyrant. When I was the former member for Wanneroo, I used to quite often refer people with difficult challenges, and he always used to take them on and find some little clause or some little issue to be able to win the case or win outright for Councillor Baker. He coming back from his holiday early and coming into the chamber to represent what he thought was a major event for the Queen's Rocks people is a testament to his capacity to always deliver for his community and on behalf of the ratepayers of Wanneroo. And whether you liked his decisions or not, he had the very good testament to be able to deliver, and he always liked to push the button first. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Do I have any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, I note that Councillor Coetzee would like to speak to this item. Councillor Coetzee, I give you the floor.
Thank you. I think all of you know Councillor Baker was my ward councillor, and I learned so much from him over the past 4 years. And he made me more clever as well on so many levels. That's why I've written it down, rather. I would like to express my gratitude to Councillor Berry for bringing this motion up. You have said it all, leaving a little for me to add. However, I do want to emphasise the tireless dedication of Councillor Baker to the City of Wanneroo. His proactive approach to addressing issues within the North Ward, often reporting them before they were even noticed by me, amplifies his commitment to saving the community. And by saying this, I would like for Councillor Baker's family to receive formal recognition and appreciation for his dedication and contributions to the City of Wanneroo.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Do I have any speakers against? If I have no speakers against, I'm going to ask councillors to cast their vote. And that item is passed unanimously. We now go to item 4. 0224, motion to revoke Council Resolution CS06-1223. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item?
I'm not the mover of this item. Councillor Bedworth is.
Councillor Bedworth, would you like to move this item?
Thank you, Mayor. The decision by Council at the Ordinary Council meeting of 12th of December 2023 was, unsurprisingly, an important and impassioned issue. Given the level of attention that this matter had garnered previously meant that any decision by Council was arrived at in a manner that would ensure the confidence in the legitimacy and credibility of that decision. It was said at the start of that previous motion that we are on show tonight and everybody is watching, a comment with which I completely agree, and exactly why it was essential that all principles of democratic debate should be adhered to. The principles of good governance, procedural fairness and equity in debate are the mainstays of that, but also the capability to engage in personal verification of all the information provided. When conducting such verification of information, I follow the process of accept nothing, believe no one and challenge everything. Excuse me. That is not to say that I am distrustful or unbelieving of anyone who provides me information. It just provides for a better verification, in my opinion. If the information stands up to this principle, then it can be taken to be sound and substantiated. I and some other councillors were not able to gain access to key details in a timely enough fashion in order to be able to conduct our own due diligence of the information as described just now, and therefore could not in all good conscience fulfil our obligations to make decisions based on all the information that was available. Therefore, a key test of decision making could not said to have been applied. Open and free debate is another of the key principles of council decision makings, as it promotes transparency and accountability in our decision making processes. When people express their opinions openly, honestly and respectfully, it provides much more clarity around how decision makers have arrived at their decisions and actions. By being provided the opportunity to posit our viewpoint in a public forum ensures that we are not only heard by the wider community, but can help to ensure that decisions we make are clearly done so with the best interest of the community at heart. It may have been that something stated by a councillor could have had a material effect on the voting choice of other councillors, and hence a different outcome. Possibly not. We'll never know. In support of this, the Department of Local Government, Sport and Cultural Industries Guide to Council and Committee Meetings document stipulates at paragraph 1.3.1 that all councillors with a desire to speak are given a fair opportunity. and that every councillor should be able to express different points of view and promote respect for diversity of opinion. It was regrettable that didn't occur. As the matter was moved to be put under the standing orders, it also ensured that the right to speak by some of the council members was denied them, which again was a further failing in these basic principles. I say all this not in criticism of any particular individual, but just that they are facts. I, for one, absolutely understand and respect that each of us have different viewpoints on the merits of the original motion. Disagreement does provide for fertile thinking after all, but only following fair debate. I am someone who can and will respect the majority decision of this council, but only when that decision has been arrived at with all of the previous principles I mentioned being observed. What is under consideration here is not just the revocation of that decision, but something more fundamental. It's also the way that we satisfy everyone looking on that our processes and decisions are sound and equitable. I stress that if any majority decision that is arrived at by us is to hold the legitimacy and credibility that we all so genuinely seek, then you should support this revocation motion and avoid us picking the fruit of the poison tree. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bedworth. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, as it's now 9:15 at night, I'd like to thank the residents of Quinns that have been previously criticised, because their patience tonight is absolute dedication to their commitment to be here and to see how this unfolds tonight. So as the seconder of this motion, I support everything Councillor Bedworth has said, as free debate and taking part in an exceptionally important decision was removed as an option for many who wanted to speak at the previous council meeting held on the 12th of December. Being empowered to debate and talk about any item, not just this item, is what I believe should occur. We are voted for by the public to represent them, and they have the right to know we can debate and have freedom of debate on items that impact them, the residents of the Wanneroo community. I do not intend to go over all the old ground. It is well known many in the community do not support this development, that the city has a surf club that has highlighted its current problems, and they're going to experience further problems if this lease is granted, and that we have a parking problem. I do want to emphasise, however, we are supposed to be approving a lease. On Wednesday, the 6th of December, I requested a copy of the lease be made available to all councillors. A copy of the lease was not forthcoming. On Friday, the 8th of December, at 5:41, I again requested councillors be provided with the lease under the Local Government Act 1995, Section 5.92. Section 5.92, for those that don't know, covers access to information by council and committee members and states a person who is a council member or committee member can have access to any information held by the local government that is relevant to the performance by the person of any of his or her functions under the Act or under any other written law. 2, without subsection 1, without limiting subsection 1, a council member can have access to all written contracts entered into by local government and all documents relating to written contracts proposed to be entered into by the local government. Later on Friday, I received a response from administration advising essential terms of the lease were included in the council report, but a copy of the draft lease could be put in the councillor reading room. That was Friday the 8th of December. It wasn't in the reading room that day. I went back with a reply on Friday the 8th and asked if the lease could be placed on the councillor hub so all councillors had access to the lease document in its full capacity for reading over the weekend. On Monday the 11th of December at 7:13 p.m. at night, councillors received an email from administration to advise the agreement for lease and ground lease had been placed in the councillor reading room, but the essential terms had still been included in the council report. That's the essential terms as administration see it. As councillors may have decided that other things were essential to us. So that was one copy of the lease and ground lease available in the council reading room with less than 24 hours before the council meeting proper that did not allow enough time for one person to read the full lease, let alone 15 who needed to then share that document. Given many were at work on Tuesday, there was simply not enough time afforded to enable all councillors to read the lease. We are not supposed to be voting on an admin report that contains what admin deem as essential terms, and I have no reason to doubt they would have included parts of the lease they deem important. But we are asked to approve and vote on a lease, and that lease has still not been provided to all councillors to this date to read. We can't all here today in good conscience say we have made a fully informed decision, as we have not read the very document we are supposed to be voting on, the lease. For that reason, I would respectfully ask my colleagues to support this revocation motion so the lease can be read and all here are able to say hand on heart they have considered the lease itself, not the admin report, and made a fully informed decision at a newly convened meeting. I doubt anyone here would sign an agreement in their personal lives without reading the actual agreement, and we need to ensure we are demonstrating good decision-making process by voting on the actual document we've been asked to approve, to ensure all have confidence in the process and understand we have voted being fully informed, whichever way that vote goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Berry. Do I have any speakers against this item? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to speak against this motion on notice for the following reasons. Just in regards to what Councillor Bedworth said, I believe everyone should have an opportunity to speak to this item. And unfortunately, in December, I was the mover of the motion, which I do, on the record, would like to apologise, as it also went against my own personal values that everyone should have a right to be heard. So I'd like to pass that opportunity to a councillor that would like to speak for it.
Councillor Coetzee.
Thank you. As the scorching heat is continuing to bear down on Perth, it's evident that seeking relief in the cooler waters of the ocean has become a necessity rather than a luxury. The swimming enclosure and the Queensmandari Surf Life Saving Club in this area have become a cherished part of our community. However, due to its overwhelming popularity, it is clear that the current space is lacking. The community has expressed their desire for an open public space with no restrictions, as there are currently no such areas along the coast of the city of Wanneroo. This is leading to a parking nightmare. While a project is addressing this issue has been listed for 2023-24, there is uncertainty surrounding the feasibility and timeline of the proposed car park in the sump site. We cannot afford to wait indefinitely, especially if there's no guarantee that this location will even be suitable. I want to be clear, I'm not opposed to the proposal itself. I recognise the positive changes that have been made, which are commendable. However, my concerns lie with the chosen location and the potential unhappiness it may cause amongst a substantial group of our residents. As a dedicated councillor, it is imperative that we thoroughly assess and comprehend every aspect of the projects that come before us. The welfare and prosperity of the city of Wanneroo and its residents must always be at the forefront of our decision-making process. We owe it to our community to ensure that the projects we support are in their best interest and align with our long-term vision for the city. The limited time provided to review the lease was insufficient for me to fully grasp the implications and ramifications of this proposed project. It is crucial that we have ample time to analyse the details, consider all perspectives, and make an informed decision that will benefit the city as a whole. Rushing such a significant decision would have lasting consequences that we may regret in the future. It is important to acknowledge that this predicament could have been avoided if a new caravan park, a public open space or alternative proposal had been given due consideration at an earlier stage. By doing so, we could have prevented the current situation in which too many elements are being squeezed into a limited area. And therefore, I ask my fellow councillors to reconsider their decision.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Do I have a speaker against this? Councillor Miles?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll take this opportunity so I know then that another speaker can actually speak for this item and have their opportunity to say a few words. I I'm very happy with the amount of information that's come across my desk with regard to this item. And not everybody may have read every line of the lease or every dot point of every report. But after 6 years, or almost 6 years of knowing this project's been on the way, I'm very much clear of what's been going on with our council to make this site more better for our community as a whole, and also to be able to give other valued services within that small little area. So I'm very comfortable with administration's progress over the many, many years that I've been here, and I'm happy to see this item be defeated tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Speakers for? Councillor Huntley.
I haven't had an opportunity to read the lease in full, as you heard by Councillor Berry, and I'd like to take you back because a lot of the councillors who are sitting around here today weren't actually at the meeting when this was done. So,
Councillor Huntley, I'd just like to warn you that you can only speak to the items in the rescindment motion and not bring anything new. It's just the items in the rescindment motion.
fellow councillors, tonight we stand again at a crossroads of decision where the resounding voice of our community reverberates in our hearts and in our minds. The numbers are overwhelming again, and their message is clear. They yearn for a park, a sanctuary of nature's embrace that will revive their weary souls, especially in the heat and in modern living. Yet, as we gather to deliberate here, I can't help but wonder why their voices again seem unheard. Have we allowed our own interpretations and historical legacies to cloud our judgment, influenced by the echoes of a camping site that once was? Our discussions have halted at the barrier of financial constraints and dismissing the possibility of a park before it could even breathe life. But tonight, I beseech you, my fellow councillors, to rise above these limitations and delve deep into the very essence of our community. This community sitting before you tonight. The Quinns residents, they're no ordinary voices. They are a steadfast, united force, proud to live in the city of Wanneroo, and they are invested in the land for generations to come. Their loyalty to this place knows no bounds. For once you move to Quinns, you remain in Quinns forever, enraptured by its beach, its enchanting sunsets, and the community spirit. I would be proud to have this community spirit in my ward, but I'm not their ward councillor. And I am sad to think their voices are not being heard. We have already embraced the importance of this community, leasing a restaurant, open park-style space, barbecues, walkways to enhance their beach experience. Safety measures like the shark barrier have been put in place to protect families and visitors while they swim. The Surf Lifesaving Club is the heart and soul of this community. It's nurtured by the very residents who volunteer their time to uphold its spirit. Tonight, we have an opportunity to redefine our commitment to this community. Glamping may offer a lure, but it comes with challenges and several red flags. Placing this business on such a tiny, limited footprint with a lease of only 20 years and the threat of sea levels rising affecting the longevity of this business, plus the protected nature reserves surrounding the area, denies the potential for growth and expansion, which should be a major consideration as glamping will emerge as Wanneroo's fastest growing tourist attractions, and we put it on a postage stamp. We must not confine this opportunity to such a restricted space when there are ample areas in Wanneroo that can accommodate its growth and flourish as a tourist icon for us. The community's resolve is undeniable. They seek a park, not a campsite, a legacy coastal park that preserves this beach area, safeguarding it for generations to come. Wanneroo has not invested in a secluded coastal nature park at all along its coastline. This could be one of the first legacy parks we develop as a council. Let us heed their call and create a beautiful parkland oasis, a mental
Councillor
health
Huntley,
style
you've
retreat.
had 4 minutes already. Would anyone like to move a motion for her to extend her speak? Oh, 5 minutes, I apologise. Sorry, Councillor.
So I'll just move back there. Let us heed their call and create a beautiful parkland oasis, a mental health styled retreat park, adorned with nature's flora and shrubs, inviting residents and families to escape in pockets of shrubs and native trees, revelling in its beauty and mental health recovery. As councillors, let us cast our votes for this enduring, sustainable vision of a harmonious balance between humans and nature. Let us be the architects of a legacy park that will stand tall for centuries, a testament to our compassion, our wisdom, and our respect for the voice of this community. I urge you, my fellow councillors, to join me in re-evaluating the glamping lease and exploring more practical sites that will allow glamping the opportunity to grow and thrive and become a valuable tourist attraction and profitable business for this company and companies to come in Wanneroo. Together, let us embrace the community's resounding
Councillor
need
Huntley,
for a
I've
park.
given you 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Does anyone want to vote to extend her time? Councillor Moore moved. Councillor Seff seconded. Are all councillors in agreement? That was passed unanimously. You may continue, Councillor Huntley, for another 2 minutes.
Together, let us embrace the community's resounding need for a park and gift them a sanctuary of tranquility and joy. I would like to sum up with a poem, but I'm not going to because obviously we're a bit short of time. But as representatives of our residents, it is our duty to put the needs of the community first and foremost. Our community deserves more than a fleeting glamping site that serves a select few for a limited time. It's time to vote for what is desired, a park where hearts and minds can be inspired. Please support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Do we have any speakers against this item? Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. I will speak against also to facilitate further debate in the chamber, and just to confirm that I am satisfied with the level of information that has been provided. I understand that's the question that has been put to us, not just through this motion, but through the number of emails that we've received on a consistent basis over at least the last 2 years that I've been on this council. It has always been a question around satisfaction in the information provided. And while I respect the reasons of the movers, I am satisfied, and that's the truth of the matter for me. To also put on the record, Mayor, because there is questions around or concerns around a lack of information, and something that we have received, particularly in the last few days from members of the community, is this recurring question around whether council members have financial interest in the development. I've responded quite explicitly to the residents who've sent that to me, and I confirm it once again on the record tonight. No, do not have impartial proximity or financial interest in this matter, nor have I ever, and I don't believe that constant accusation of such is appropriate. So I want to put that down on the record. The other thing I wanted to say is I do regret the fact that this revocation has taken from December to this ordinary council meeting to be able to come before us. The comments that have been made have been around that urgent need to reconsider this situation. And while I understand that this was the nearest ordinary council meeting, I also believe there was capacity to call a special meeting of council to deal with this issue, given the critical need that has been put forward by within the motion itself. And the question comes back to procedural fairness, and I don't believe it was procedurally fair to wait this length of time. At the time when I made inquiries, it was justified on the basis that we wanted every member in the chamber. I do note that one elected member is not present tonight, so the basis of that didn't come to fruition in the end, to be honest. So I regret the fact that it has taken the considerable amount of time to come to us on this occasion. I am satisfied with the level of information provided, so I encourage council members to vote against the revocation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rowe. Do I have a speaker for? Councillor Nguyen.
I'd like to speak for the motion, but I have a few questions before I speak for the motion, if I may, Madam Mayor. Did any councillor read the lease before the vote on that day? Put your hand up. Okay.
That's we don't have to respond to a question from you.
Yes.
Okay. So.
Sure. I'll ask.
And that's kind of inappropriate, Councillor Nguyen.
The implication that we vote on a lease for some 20, 30 years that none of the councillors, I assume, have read the lease seems to imply that this is a legal question, whether a councillor has discharged their duty to make decision in good faith, that they are well informed when none of the councillors have read the lease in full.
Ms Coles, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, it would be for each individual councillor to decide if they had the information available to discharge their duty. The information provided in the reports from the administration provided the overview of the main clauses in the lease. Granted, there are other clauses, but they often relate to some form of legal issues and things which were, I understand, explained in the actual body of the report as well. But that would be a matter for each councillor to decide.
Mr Greer, would you like to comment on that as well, as you went through the lease?
Thank you, Mayor. I would confirm the essential terms provided on the lease were extensive, they were detailed, and they identified the material provisions that administration considered were relevant to council members' decision on that evening, and then it would have been a matter for council members to decide if they were satisfied with that information. I'd also note that approach would be consistent with the approach taken by administration on each and every lease over the last years, not 1 year but multiple years, and in each of those instances council members were satisfied voting on that basis as well, based on those essential terms.
Thank you, Mr Greer. Do you have another question, Councillor Nguyen?
Yes, just a question arising from what Councillor Berry had said earlier, that there was resistance from admin to provide the lease when a councillor is entitled to request it. And so why was there resistance to provide that document?
Ms Jennings, would you like to respond to that one?
Thank you, Mayor. Essentially, the lease wasn't ready at that point because it was still with the lawyers. So whilst we had all the essential terms, there was still work being done on the actual lease, so it wasn't actually available.
Thank you. So do you have another question, Councillor Nguyen?
Sorry, just based on the timeline that was raised by Councillor Berry, when was the lease, that's the draft lease, actually made available to council from council's lawyer?
Ms
Thank
Jennings?
you, Mayor. As soon as it became available to us, we did put it into the reading room, and I think it was the end of a day by the time it came through.
Thank you. Do you have another question, Councillor Nguyen?
It just doesn't make sense when admin says we haven't got a copy of the lease, but then we provided a report full of the terms and conditions of the lease in the report. So who had prepared that report when, in fact, we haven't got a copy of the lease?
Mr Greer?
Thank you, Mayor. I may just ask the Director just to confirm, but my understanding of the sequence was that the lease would have been being engrossed, so prepared as a final bound document by the city's lawyers, Clayton Utes. The terms of the document may have existed, in the days before, but having it in a final, bound form to provide to council members in the reading room may have taken that extra time, but I might just ask the Director to confirm.
Ms Jennings?
Yes, Mayor, that is correct.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen?
Because, personally, I've read many leases in my lifetime as a lawyer, and I think it seems like I've only had a very small window to review that lease, and I would sort of only seen the main points in there, and I was able to pick up some of the issues that were not included in the summary. I don't know how someone without legal qualification experience is able to read quite a complex document within a very short time to be able to satisfy themselves that they have sufficient information to make a decision.
What is your question, Councillor Nguyen?
So how can a councillor be satisfied themselves when they've been given a very short window to review the actual document they're supposed to accept and consent?
Okay, I understand, Mr Greer, we had a forum that took the council through the lease before it came to the formal council meeting for a decision. Is that correct, Mr Greer?
Thank you, Mayor. That is correct. There were opportunities for council members to ask questions about the document at earlier stages, and in fact some of the updates to the lease document that were in those final essential terms, and I guess reflected in that final document, reflected the feedback from council members. And in terms of council's role in reviewing each and every minutiae of a lease, I would maybe just seek input from the Executive Manager of Governance and Legal on whether that would normally be an operational matter delivered by administration within the parameters of a council resolution, or whether council would be expected to review each and every clause, the musts and the shalls and the wills of each document. Because in my experience with the leases that the city has presented to council, and council has often resolved unanimously to endorse, the precise exact terms, the page by page of each of those documents is not presented for council to consider. And that was on the basis that council was resolving on the essential terms, the scope of the lease, and it was then for administration to implement that.
Ms Coles?
Yeah, that's correct. What the manager said, that in the normal process would be that the leases would be reviewed by either internal lawyers or with the assistance of external lawyers when there are some complications in the leases. The city has a number of draft and template leases and contracts that we use with general terms, and often when there's a departure from those general terms, then we would provide an overview within the reports of what the essential terms are within those leases and contracts. And that's the usual process that we would follow.
Thank you. So ultimately, I'll just clarify this, the lease was seen by councillors at forum, the councillors who attended the forum, and was gone through in detail at the forum and discussed at the forum.
No.
Is that correct? Ms Jennings or Mr Greer?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, the lease, as I mentioned before, was still going through those final stages of negotiation at the time the essential terms were provided to Forum. So without commenting on which council members attended Forum, the comment is correct that the lease document itself, as it was still being finalised, was not presented at Forum, but the essential terms were provided in detail. Again, though, the council members that participated at Forum had the opportunity to give feedback on whether they would need to see anything more, and that was ultimately reflected in administration's report in December, which provided a high level of detail on the essential terms. It highlighted some points that had progressed based on feedback from council members, and then it was a matter for council members in December to decide whether that was sufficient information to make their decision.
Thank you, Mr Greer. Is this another question?
Yeah,
or
just
do you
I think
want
one
to
last
speak
question
again
before I speak for the item. You mentioned earlier that it was a summary of the main points of the lease rather than the actual lease has been presented to council. Now, one of the problems with the summary that was provided to council was that it didn't include an important term or explanation regarding market rent review. Now, there was no discussion on that, and the market rent review did not explain the definition of what that means and what it includes as a market rent review. And in particular, if I could sort of say this, you can only get this information by actually reading the lease itself, because the lease define what market rent review include, and that specifically exclude any improvement in land. So it only include the valuation of the land and excludes improvement, which I consider an essential term that's not included as part of the summary.
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. The information that was provided on the essential terms was then a matter for council members to decide if they had enough information. Council members at that meeting were able to cast their vote accordingly. In terms of the reasonableness of whether a ground lease would include improvements, I mean, that was a commercial term that there would have been an opportunity at Forum to discuss for those council members that were present. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Greer. Would you like to speak for this item now, Councillor Nguyen?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I am in support of this motion on the basis that was raised by my colleagues earlier. I won't rehash them. I simply raised the concerns as part of the questions I've asked earlier, that has a councillor discharged their duty to act in good faith, make decisions on a well-informed basis on a lease that they themselves may or may not have read. Now, I assume from the history of when the lease was made available, and it was only myself who actually went into the room and read the lease, and it seems that no one has touched that prior, with a very small window to go through a large document to assess the reason of the content and pick out what has or has not been included in the summary. That small window would not allow any person, let alone a senior lawyer like myself, to go through and understand the actual implications. I accept that administration has done their best to do a summary, but what I'm putting forward is that, and a lot of complaints has been from councillors not having the opportunity to review the documents, having sufficient information to make decision, and not having the opportunity also to speak on the motion. And I thank Councillor Wright for his honest, statement that he regretted making that decision, and this is now an opportunity for all of us to now consider the evidence as a whole, have an opportunity for anyone who wants to review the lease, potentially change their position, because there are many terms in the lease that were not included in the summary. And I'm sure, myself included, would benefit from a second reading of the lease. So I cannot understand how anyone would be satisfied to approve a document, let alone a lease that is for a 20, 30-year term, and not having read it in full. It doesn't not make sense at all. That's binding on the city. So the significance of that document, compared to also considering the community sentiment of how important this piece of land is and the connection this place to the people and the future of this land, it is our responsibility. It is our duty to make sure that we read the lease, just like we've read the report every week. We are under a duty to read the lease in full, every word of it, and make a declaration to ourselves, just like on JDAB, that we are required to read the content understood before we vote on it. Now, we, I believe, have failed in that regard to have read the lease and vote on it. So if you would allow another councillor, your colleague, the opportunity to read the lease and vote, it may not change the position, but certainly giving your colleague who are asking for that right now to consider, you may not necessarily need it because you believe that you've got insufficient or you have sufficient information, but there are other councillors who in their right mind saying, well, I don't have enough information, I want that second opportunity, and I ask you that to help your fellow councillor to have that second opportunity to do that. So please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Do I have any speakers against? Councillor Herridge, do you want to speak against?
Sorry, Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I'd just like to raise a point of order just in regards to some comments that were made to my previous speech, and I'm sure it was with good intention from Councillor Nguyen, but I just want to reference 4.12, Section 3, personal explanation, that some of Councillor Nguyen's comments were to strengthen his argument, which was not my original intent of my speech. It was to give an opportunity for those elected members in December that didn't get to speak to the item to be able to have a chance to speak now. My comments in regards to whether I was satisfied or not with the information, I was fully satisfied with the information in December's council meeting, and I'm still satisfied now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Herridge, do you want to speak against?
Yes, please. Thanks, Mayor. With your indulgence, can I ask one quick question before I do speak against? Thank you. Can administration please let me know, or if they can recollect, that we've had a previous request for a full document on a ground lease that we've endorsed at some point in the last 2 to 4 years?
Ms Jennings?
Thank you, Mayor. Not that I'm aware of in the past 2 years, and I think I've been to most of the council meetings, so no.
Thank you, Councillor Herridge.
Thanks, Mayor. In speaking against the motion, I'd like to also provide the ability for another one of our elected members to speak. I'd like to also place on record that I have had sufficient information, including in not seeing the lease. I don't need to. I've had enough to see through the documents that we've been provided. And also in the questions that I've answered and what's been provided through there. In similar to Councillor Rowe, I've also had a number of emails asking of the same, and I'd like to also put on record for everybody, I do not have any financial, impartial, proximity or any other interest in this business or any of what we've got before us. to me, the revocation is for bringing new information for us to consider. There is no new information for me to consider, so I'll be voting against tonight.
Thank you. Do I have anyone speaking for? Councillor Huntley, you've already spoken.
Question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, question.
Yeah, I have got a question. I wanted to ask this question last time, but obviously we didn't get the chance. But again, along with presidents, we've already heard that policy actually is gold. And I've got to ask this question. Does this, if we pass this tonight, does this set a precedent for future coastal businesses to have a lease for up to 20 years? Because we have never given a lease on the coast for...
That's not relevant to the motion on notice or speaking to the motion on notice. That's speaking to policy and it's speaking to another situation which admin can respond to at another time. Any question has to be directly related to this item and this rescindment motion. Councillor Smith, do you want to speak for the item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Firstly, I want to acknowledge my fellow councillors tonight and Councillor Herridge for speaking and working together to ensure that everyone who wants to have a say can speak. So thank you for that. Whilst I personally believe that I had all the information I needed, I respect Councillor Nguyen's passion for wanting to read it and thinking, especially with a lawyer background that helps him to be able to read all of those clauses and understand it in that fruition. Once again, I believe I had enough information. However, I also do respect the right for those who wanted to read it. And whilst the request for the full lease may have been for the first time, maybe in history, that doesn't make a difference to me. If it's asked for, there's a right to receive it. It's unfortunate that the finalised version wasn't available until about 24 hours before. I think this process hopefully has a lot that we can learn from. So in the future that potential revocations like this may be avoided in the future, that we don't go to vote on something until we know that everyone has had to the extent to what they want, that's reasonable time to consider all the information that they believe that they need. Lastly, I just want to say that I put it on record that I have no financial interest or other interests in this particular matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Do I have any speakers against? Do you have a question, Councillor Seif? Speak against.
Yeah, I'll speak against just to provide the opportunity for anyone who wants to speak for to be able to have their say. However, I have been provided with sufficient information. I asked all the questions I needed to ask in the forum and was provided the relevant answers. I will mirror Councillor Smith's comments that even though it is not normal procedure and it is usually the responsibility of administration to review leases, council couldn't function if we reviewed every lease. That would be impossible. However, should a councillor request a lease, it is my view that it should be provided, and it was unfortunate that it wasn't provided with sufficient time. This project has been deliberated over for 10 years, and my understanding is that the proponent has made a lot of concessions. I think it will bring jobs and tourism, and I thank the community for taking the time to come down here and bringing their concerns to our attention. I personally have received sufficient information. I do not have any financial or otherwise interest, so I will be voting against this motion.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who wants to speak for the motion? If there no one else wants to speak for the motion, I would just like to, just a minute, you will get the right of reply. I'd just like to clarify, Councillor Bedworth will get the right of reply. I'd just like to clarify that I have no financial or proximity interest or any relationship with the proponent for this project. And if any other councillor wants to take the opportunity now to make that declaration publicly, I would like to give them the opportunity to make that declaration. Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor. Same with me. I have no financial impartiality or proximity interest to this proponent, to any of the people that sit within the trust of the project. No interest with the site. No interest with any of the surf club or anything like that. I hold no memberships within the city of any community organisation.
Would any other council like that opportunity? Councillor Nguyen, would you like to declare?
So I'm just a bit confused. Normally, we would declare an interest if we consider it appropriate, but in this case...
Councillor Nguyen, the reason why this is happening is because we as councillors have had emails accusing us of being financially benefiting from this project. So are we putting on the record that we are getting no financial benefit from this and we have no proximity interest? And I'm allowing the councillors to do that, to have it on the public record so that there is no reason for that accusation to be made again. Would any other councillors like to declare? Councillor Miles, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I haven't had the need to make any declarations of interest. I have none within this organisation or any other business along that corridor. I want to make that very clear. And anybody that is out there that wishes to put the implication out there that I am will definitely be hearing from my lawyer.
Any other councillor? Yes, Councillor Moore.
I would also like to put onto the record that I am not benefiting in any capacity financially from this, nor do I have any proximity interest to this. And to Councillor Nguyen's previous conversation or statement that he made, I may not necessarily be a lawyer, but I have had plenty of information, especially being a newly elected council member. I have taken this particular issue with the biggest weight, especially because there's so much history into it. I personally have received multiple emails about this issue. So coming into the decision in December, I held it with a heavy weight. What was with the information given to me, what was the right thing to do for the community at large? And I so appreciate the passion of the Queen's members who have come down tonight and have come to previous council meetings to share their concerns. But the accusation of saying that I did not have all the information, I don't believe that's correct. I have attended every forum. I have been at every briefing I've needed to be at, so I can confidently say that I will not be supporting this revocation motion tonight.
Thank you. Anyone else want to do a declaration of impartiality? Councillor Parker?
Thank you, Mayor. I have no financial or proximity relationship with the proponent and have always based all of my decisions on fact.
Thank you. If everyone's finished making their declarations, Councillor Berry, do you want to ask a question?
I do have a question, thank you, Madam Mayor. We've just heard that the lease became available on the 11th of the 12th and that there was some other essential terms in that lease. How long before the 11th of the 12th did we have the forum where we should have been given all the information that wasn't available until the 11th of the 12th, please?
I'll just ask administration. Mr. Greer?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, as there may have been a misunderstanding in what I was referring to before, the lease document is the physical document that Councillor Nguyen was referring to that was made available in the councillor reading room in the days leading up to the council meeting. The essential terms are the summary of the lease that are provided in the council report. Those essential terms were shared with council members at a forum. Feedback and questions were received from council members at that forum. In some instances, those essential terms were adjusted, fine-tuned, were negotiated further based on feedback from council members, which had highlighted points that they had seen as of particular interest to the community. And so Any change in the essential terms were the results of the final negotiations that occurred between the forum meeting and the ordinary council meeting in December.
And I've just been advised by Ms Coles here that it was the 8th of November last year was that meeting. So, Councillor Bedworth, would you like your right of reply?
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone sitting around these tables tonight for the debate that went on and the opportunity for everyone to speak if they wish to. For me, it's a pity that didn't happen on the 12th of December. And what the crux of the matter is of this revocation notice was the decision that was arrived at on the 12th of December, was it arrived at with the basic principles of debate and democracy at the heart? Everything we've said tonight is great, but it doesn't change the fact that that decision back on that date was arrived at without the proper process. That's why I ask you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bedworth. Councillors, please cast your vote. And I declare the rescindment motion lost with 6-4, which is Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Smith, Councillor Berry, Councillor Bedworth, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Newen. Those who are against the rescindment motion is myself, Councillor Seif, Councillor Moore, Councillor Parker, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Wright, Councillor Miles. Thank you. So we move on to item 10, urgent business. There is none. Item 11, confidential. Item 12, the date of the next meeting. The next council members briefing session has been scheduled for 6 p.m. on Tuesday, the 12th of March 2024, to be held at Council Chambers, Civic Centre, 23 Dundebar Road, Wanneroo, and I declare this meeting closed at 10:06 p.m. Thank you, and thank you everyone for your attendance.